Oh, all right, here. No. I'm missing some stuff. This is strange. Hmm. That is odd. Say, okay. Oh, right here. All right. Right. Oh, okay. Well, let's get started, y'all. Let's do this too. Okay, bring this here. That. That in. There. All right. No, thank you. All right. There we go. All right. All right. I think I got it all together, y'all. All together now. All together now. All together now. We'll get everything going. Where we at? Where we at? There we go. All right. Uh, to the east, to the north, to the west, to the south. Above, below, and the center. All right. Well, well, well. Here we go. Sunday morning edition. mm. Sunday morning edition. Well, I think I guess I should introduce myself. I'm getting ahead of myself. Ooh, I kind of like that. Let's see. A little darker. Even darker. Ooh. Ooh. That might, yeah, kind of look kind of good. All right, we're going to go with that. Well, welcome. This is the Chocolate Mountain Show. And this is the show. It's showing you all what I think about shit. So that's a show. Now, I try to be as, what is the word? I try to be as practical and tell my point of view without skewing it. Yeah. All right. So, this is a show. And I am your host, Big Pontiac. I am the holder of the infinite sacred ball game that was created by the Hero Twins. And I am also coming at you. I am that one and only Galactic Daddy-O, welcoming each and every one of you onto the galactic patio that reaches from Big Eagle Mountain to the universe. And as most nights when I do drink beer, I prefer a brown ale. And so tonight's beer, again, is the best beer out there, Alien Nest. So pop them if you got them. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that head. Look at that brown goldness. This is nectar, the nectar of the gods. And don't you wish you were me right now, holding a collector's cup of the Detroit Lions? And don't you wish you were me right now, don't you? So pop them if you got them. And again, we are still going at it with the Unicorn Luca. I had to look at it. And so we're going to turn it on, activate it. Yes, before I pour my water, I do want to show this. Some people ask, and I guess there was some water in there. Some people that ask, and I don't know if this is going to show how well, but this is unpolished Shigite. And can you see what shines in there? Yeah, it is a little bit of water, but yeah, this is mostly water. But there's quartz and pyrite, and I don't know if you can quite see it. Probably too wet, but that's kind of what it looks like. Yeah, I've got to grab some more unpolished pieces. This is wet, so you can't see it, the difference compared to, Royal. This is a piece of Royal Shungite. Shungite. Let me kind of give you now the piece when I carry it, which is most of the time. See, the good stuff has a gray tint to it. And according to the Russian book, it didn't think. It says, according to the Russian book, they don't think the royal type of Shungite is good for filtering. Again, what my Russian guy recommends that each piece have pyrite, but royal Shungite has more fullness in it, so therefore it has more healing properties. Now, this doesn't. I mean, the pyrite and the quartz ain't as obvious in this, but this has a higher vibration, and so for my working with it, and again looking at the two pieces of royal, the smaller royal piece and this big chunk. See, and again, this is see, this ain't polished. There's a big piece of quartz in this, but it's kind of on this side. I don't know if it'll show, but that's the difference. That is the difference. And let me show you this. And I don't remember where I got this piece from. How I ended up with this little piece. Don't really remember. But this little piece can probably fetch about 50 bucks, if not more. My flashlight in here. The flashlight is not in here. Just my phone. Let me see how I can do it. Ooh, that was a strong piece of tobacco. See if I can do it to show. Yeah, it's gonna flash too much. A little bit. You can kind of get a little bit of the how elusive it is. Hmm. I don't have my flashlight. But yeah, there's a little piece right here. I carry that around. Compared to this piece, you know, it's not nothing close. It's a chunk from this. But still, I think I can get about $100 for this. 50 to 100. And that is not my first piece. My first piece, if I can reach it. And this is, oh, this shit's ready. Damn. Oh, there we go. Take it with on. It's kind of dirty, but that's my first piece. This is my very first piece, and I think I spent $50. And that piece, this is on my wand, but this piece, as I show you, it's even bigger than this little piece I carry around. So see the difference. This piece is, you know, so this is over $100. That little piece is over $100. So smoke them if you want them. Aren't we funky now? And then this is Natrolite, Pedalite, and Opopalite. This is turquoise, amber, cat's eye. And I used to have a piece of Hecamere diamond right there. But this is my wand. And again, this is healing. When you put it back here, you start feeling the tingle. Just like back there, kind of just tuning people. And that's what it's about, is how to tune people. So that's what I use this for. So, and one day I'll put together a grid and I'll show people how to use the grid. So, who's the party people with me tonight? Who are the party people? Oh, my man in $1,000,000, PJ Allen. Crazy Sarge, what's happening? Shields Lenore, the strategic Jordan, the LeBron, box in the back. I almost missed the show. This flower stuck up on my ass watching the fight. Oh, the fight was great. Did you see the fight before? The fight before, yeah, the first fight. Well, I only watched the 3 because we'll talk about the fight second. And I should have made a video about it, but I didn't. But did y'all see the miscarriage of justice that was done to the Gophers tonight? Did y'all see that? The Gophers so they pulled, now I made a video about this before. They pulled a goatee with 3 minutes left, scores 2-1. We coming off where we was weak. We had, we was coming off, they had the power play. Our man comes back in, they drop 6. Pull the goatee, and we don't get one shot throwing it back to them. An empty net. And then they win the overtime in 10 seconds. It was like, you could obviously see that the TV corporations was pissed about it going into overtime, and they wanted that game ended. And so that was bogus. That was bogus. There was no way you lose with 10 seconds left and you've been resting just because they rush you. So that was some bullshit. That was some bullshit. That was some bullshit. Now the fight. Um, the fight was well. I watched three fights. Davis beat his guy pretty convincingly. Um, but every fight, like they stopped fights, and the guys wasn't like the heavyweight fight. And that young man talks about he want to fight anybody. He doesn't have the experience to fight Fury yet. He definitely don't want to fight that bad man from Alabama. He definitely doesn't want to fight him. Now, Uric, what do you think, PJ? You think that young man that won tonight could fight Uric? He had his Cartiers on. That was kind of funny. And Shakur comes in with the OBO. You know, he got money from Drake, so he comes in with the OBO on the back. So that's like, ooh. So yeah. Anderson, the young heavyweight. Yeah, Anderson. Yep. And Uncle Imbecile at the fight too. Oh, he was there. Oh, he was at the US. Oh, Uncle Imbecile was at the UFC fight. He's trying to get the people behind him and get this shit off his ass. Because you know the Republicans is some motherfucking dirty tricks. And that's what you have to understand. These people are patient and they know dirty tricks. And so, you know, when you shoot that high crap shot, then you know some dirty tricks is about to come. And that's what he didn't. It was like what they did to beat what was his name that ran with Clinton and lost? Gore. They didn't send them people to Florida. They did not understand that this man's brother runs Florida, and you'd better send troops down there. I think even this past election span, again, they didn't send enough troops out there. They got out trooped. But he's trying to gather the people. Yeah, he's not ready for Uric. Just I would say experience because he really hasn't been pressured. Because we watched this cat fight, and again, we was watching Top Rank, you know. So what's his name to fuck with Ali? You know, we saw Bud Crawford with Stevenson in the locker room. Again, that's why Bud Crawford ain't really broke out. He fighting with Top Rank, and as long as he's with Top Rank, it ain't big money there. It's limited money. And Stevens is gonna fall in. And same thing with what's this? The next pay per view fight. That cat. He's again. They pushed him during the COVID. That dude wasn't supposed to win his title. He won his title during COVID. Lopez. Not saying he ain't fought good, but it seems mighty suspect. So that fight was good. The heavyweight fight. I mean, he bust this shit here, you know, and opened that shit up, and that's nothing to really play with because what was his name? Gosh, I'm trying to think. But Barkley, Yvonne Barkley. Barkley though. Barkley fought in the 80s. Another dude, not the Hooper Barkley, but his name was Iran Barkley. But this guy always he always had hematomas, you know, he's always like puffed up here. And when he would fight, he would puff up really quick. He'd puff up really quick. And so you start, you know, getting cutting here, it's more susceptible to that kind of damage. I remember watching Eddie Futch, and if y'all don't know who Eddie Futch is, Eddie Futch was Joe Frazier's manager. I'm trying to think who else he was in the corner. I won't even say Eddie Futch might have been in the corner with Floyd Patterson too, at one point, and maybe even Sugar Ray Robinson. But he told a lie about Joe Frazier. He told a fight where he fought a dude named Scrap Iron Jones. And see, again, when he told this story, it was really before the internet and stuff. But I had the books of every fight of Ali and Frazier. I mean, not just the three they fought, but every fight both fighters had. I looked and he said that Joe had got all lumped up because they said, how do you think Joe won when he got beat up so bad? The way he looked. And he said, ha ha. Well, you know, Joe had a fight with Scrap Iron Jones in LA where, you know, he looked like that and he won every round. Well, he didn't almost die. So they'll lie too. Let me show you like one of my few trophies I have left. And I keep wearing it because I love this. And I remember I bitched at the girl when she gave it to us instead of giving us trophies, but I don't have any of the trophies and I have this. Can y'all read that shit? I got to put this in a frame. Can y'all read that shit? It says League Champs 2000. This was before the boys was born. She was probably pregnant when I won this. Yeah, because Karen was born in June and she was probably pregnant. League champs 2000, 23 years ago. I gotta put it. I've been wearing it because I love the shirt, but I gotta put it in the frame. I gotta quit wearing it because the shit's about to run out. Iran Barkley, yeah, that was his name, Iran Barkley, and he would always, even when he didn't fight, he had been beat in here so much. And you know what they start doing is they start putting plastic surgery up in here because this shit gets so beat up, so they try to even it out with plastic surgery. So then when you fight from then on, he would always puff up. His eyes would always puff. So, but my point is when you get cut in here, that you're apt to keep getting cut in there. Be susceptible to that. Yeah, yeah. Thanks. Yeah, that was one of the semi-pro. We won shit. That league right there, we won 10 years straight. And we was all, I'm trying to think. The first year we put the team together, we was still, I might have been 25, 26 when we first started playing. No, So no. When we put that team together, I was 32, 33, somewhere in there. And we dominated. And this was the bad thing is when I first started playing semi-pro in 80, was it the winter of 85? Yeah. I gave up football, didn't want to play semi-pro football. Hooping came easier. And yeah, 85. I forget the point I was going to make. I'm kind of forget the point. Oh yeah, so yeah, that 85 we played a couple years under this other program and they fixed the outdoor courts. But that winter, trying to think when we put the team together. Must have been 96, 97. Yeah, and we had about a 10-year run. But my thing was we had to play younger guys because there was okay. This is where I was going with it. When in '86 when I first started playing, there was like 600-700 semi-pro teams in the Battle Creek area alone. And I played in this other. I played like 2 leagues in this other city in Kalamazoo, and then we played on the weekends in Paw Paw, where my mother's from, where there's a road named after my great grandfather. But there was like, and then I know, I mean, it was just funny to see where the interest went away. And I remember one year, like it went from 600 to 400. And by the time I quit playing before I moved here, I would dare say the whole program had 200 teams. These is like, 200 teams. So you can see where the interest went away. Now, something that wasn't that expensive. And so anyway, we had to always play with older people because there wasn't enough people our age. So we had to play in the open, younger league. So we always had younger dudes always trying to. And the same thing when we played in the league in Kalamazoo, the young guys quit playing with the better older dudes and put their own team together. So it was interesting. And they had a nice run. But yeah, we had a nice run. All those guys are still I think everybody I played with, I still see him. One of my friends, I'm friends on Facebook and shit. So yeah, he's still, we don't hoop or nothing. Matter of fact, most of the guys still working. Most of the guys my age and still working, still doing their thing. So that's cool. It's funny. I was talking. I don't know if you guys watch my short. My latest short is my son imitating me. Send it to me, and I had him crack it up and say, I made it into a short, and it's him imitating me the way I used to coach and stuff, and from his perspective. And he literally grew up in a gym. That's just his story. He even more than I did because my father and my stepfather, they didn't really play basketball. My stepfather loved basketball, so we always watched it, but he never played semi-pro at all. We would go watch dudes play semi-pro, and especially the summer leagues, but he never really played. And so when I became of age and my son was born, he was born in 95. So he was from the matter of fact, when my son was a week old, I was playing in the Macker. He was born in April. We was having the Battle Creek Macker, and he was days old. He was like a week or two old. A week or two old. And it was beautiful weather in May, and it was like 95. You know what? It was in May. It was in May. So he was only a month old. So when he was a month old, he spent 3 or 4 days outside at the Macker. If you can dig it. If you can dig it. So, there's a short clip I want to play and give you my opinion on it. I think it's some good information. It's not, let me see if I can time it right. And just tell you, let's see. I didn't need that. Okay, I need this to start again. Okay, there. Well, let's start again. And some that, sometimes what they say is uh it's like it's a little bit of truth. Sometimes it's a little bit of truth in everything. And this brother, you know who he is. It'll return in a second. Let me get it to play, and when it returns, I will let it ride. But and give you my opinion on it.
Whatever your particular karma is, it doesn't matter where you go, it's going to follow
It's like
you depending
it's a
on
little
that.
bit
And
of
that's the
truth.
thing about karma.
Sometimes it's a
The
little bit of
thing is,
truth
we
in
have to
everything.
know that the people who
And
are
this brother,
attacking
you know
us,
who he is.
they tell us through the
It'll
movies,
return in
through
a second. Let me get
stories,
it to
through
play.
the
And when it
news,
returns, I
through
will
just in the
let it
music,
ride.
everything. They tell us
Yes.
what they're going to
But
do. And the reason why the
give you
Illuminati
my
tells us what they're going to do is that they circumvent that thing called karma. Because once they tell you they cannot have a karma, you have the ability to counter it. So they will have to tell you all of their strategy. It's just that we are so distracted that they're not paying attention. So whatever your particular karma is, it doesn't matter where you go.
all right. Let me break that down for you. As I've said many times, you don't want to live with karma because you don't have to. It's a trap. It's a trick. It's weak magic. All right? It's very weak magic. Everything vibrates. Duh. If you hold a crystal, you know everything vibrates. If you vibrate high enough, really, if you vibrate high enough, you live above karma. See, karma's like this, and what they're saying is, if it and this is what the point is he's making. This is the point he's making right here, and this is what I don't agree with. This is what I don't agree with. So what he's saying is, so karma spins like a record. And what he's telling you is just be a groove. So when it comes back around, just be a groove and go back around with it. How is that winning? How is that? How are you going forward if you just turn in a circle? That is not winning because that's what they're saying. They say if you do something, cause and effect, you do something, and then it comes back around, smacks you in the face because you didn't do something right before. But even if you do something, you've got to just be a groove with it. That's what they're telling you. Just be a groove. Just go around. No, you look down at this shit. You always live above anybody. You just live a good life. And you ain't got to worry about nothing like that. Now, the second part he said, that is true. Now, again, Illuminati ain't his name. We know that's he's older dude. He's much older than me. He probably close to my mama's age. So, Illuminati is a scary thing. But all is revealed. All is revealed. I mean, all these books we talk about, this stuff is all out there. Everything they use against us is revealed. We know the name of the main creature, and you can call it what you want to call it, but it's Yadabola. That is the ultimate thing that's out there, and it works with the mind. Now, you can call it a god, entity, whatever the fuck you want to call it. Marduk, you want to call it Marduk? It's all the same thing, but it works with that computer. And I've said before, the Luciferian energy is fighting that thing, fighting them. That's what the keys is. It had the keys. The Luciferian energy has the keys. And it is fighting whatever you want to call that thing. And the computer, the mind, the tech god. And so it is revealed. And if you know who it is, it has less power over you. That's the Rumpelstiltskin. You know its name. It has no power. It has to bring you closer to it, actually. Like, well, you know. So when you bring this information in, remember it's like sometimes uh, it's a little more than what they want to say. And I've heard him say some really cool shit. I'm gonna say that he has. I've heard him say some bullshit. I remember he was talking about what it had been out, talking about that the mountains. What is it? With the mountain. What do they call that gorge? The big gorge. Um, and they're trying to say that those are the trees, the silicone trees, which there does seem appear so, because one time trees, I talk about that all the time. Trees did trees went into space. Um, Gosh, it was some fucked up stuff happened. Let me see that I want to talk about before I talk about what I did today. And tomorrow, I think Easter, we might go see the St. Paul Saints, because the interesting thing about seeing the St. Paul Saints is it's minor league ball, but it's AAA, and they're affiliate of the Yankees. But their first home game, they are going exclusively with the electric home balls and strikes, the electric balls and strikes. So I kind of want to see how that's going to be done, because it's still going to be an umpire there, but the umpire only calls, the he doesn't call balls and strikes. Where is the news? So where is the news? No. Huh. Let's see. I want to spread this too. I think this is kind of interesting. Let me spread this. Because this was in Wisconsin. No, I don't see it. Looked at it earlier, read it. In Wisconsin. Let me tell you how, dyslexia be fucking with me. So we go out to eat at the Mall of America. My fiance wanted to hit this place. And, we order. And so I'm looking at it and I'm reading like it's enchiladas and it says 2 or 3. And I'm thinking for 2 or for 3 people. She was like, "Oh, you just want to share it?" I'm like, "Yeah, we can just share it." And yeah, so I didn't eat that much. I didn't realize it was 3 enchiladas, which I could have ate just by myself. But really, the food wasn't any good. I mean, I must say, Rancho Ochero, it's right next to Macy's at the Mall of America. Yeah, the food just wasn't good. Yeah, I don't see why my news shows ain't coming on. Huh. Oh well, I can always move on. Keep on, keep that same old feeling. So, all right. I'll tell you what I did today. I can skip to that. Went to the auto show. Shirts wasn't shit, so didn't buy a shirt or even a t-shirt because the shirts wasn't shit. They was like the lowest quality, and they knew that the suckers would only buy. Now, what's cool about this book, if anybody gets the old, soft cover Road and Track, they always give you the newest cars for the year. This is something that's in Road and Track every year. They give you an issue of just new cars. So that's what they gave us here. It's the Road and Track or whichever magazine. Now, for those of you that live in, I even say bigger cities. I mean, this city is 3.5 million. Our auto show is weak. There wasn't any prototypes there at all. Do you understand me? 0 prototypes. 0 concept cars. What do you go to auto show for? Just to look at cars you can go buy? No, you want to see what the future holds. None of this. Now, I grew up, and even as a young man, especially we was hustling, we always went to Detroit, and it was followed by Chicago, because usually it went L.A., no, New York, L.A., Detroit, Chicago, or it would go Detroit, New York, L.A., Chicago, something like that. And so I would go to Detroit one, and then I would go to Chicago one. And then Chicago one would always have shit that the Detroit one didn't have. And Detroit and Chicago is only what, 5 hours apart? So I was disappointed on that. Now on the good parts is they would let you drive these motherfuckers. You could actually drive like it was 1 or 20 cars. You could drive around the building. It was really, I mean, a nice little drive. I mean, the building's a big ass building. You could really drive it like downtown a little bit. So that was kind of cool. And inside for the Jeeps, they had where you could go on, inclines and rocks and shit. I mean, the one incline with the Jeep was shit. That angle was, I would damn near say 90 degrees, like half circle. You could drive that Jeep up. Motherfuckers was doing it. They was driving the Jeep. It was a little, you stood in line and they let you drive these motherfuckers. And that was indoors. And if you stood in line and wanted to drive an electric car, you never drove an electric car, they would let you drive it around the building. But indoors was kind of a challenge. Now they had 3 or 4 vets. The most expensive vet was about 130, so it was the fastest. They had a GT, Ford GT. Again, you're talking about $1 million car. That was it. I'm trying to think of. They had a Calman Bentley, and then they had the V12. I don't even know if it's V12. They had the soft top 2-door sport Bentley, Matt. And then they had the sucky cars. Austin Martins are sucky. They're by Stellatus, just like Jeeps. There was one Dodge Demon there, one Demon, and I didn't even go look at it. I saw it for a fire, and we didn't even go buy it. I was like, okay, no 300s, even though there's 20, 23 300s. No, the only Chargers that was there was the police Chargers. No Chargers, but just the police Chargers. Rams. They had the caddies, all the caddies, the electrical caddy, the electrical bins. There's 2 electrical bins. I didn't know that. There's an AMG electrical bins, and then there's just the regular electrical bins, which the regular was more expensive than the AMG bins. The AMG bins did not have the full, electric dashboard all the way around. It had like the Tesla tablet and then the dashboard. So I didn't understand why the AMG, because that's a little better tuning. I didn't understand why the other one cost more. Um, all the top Infinities, the Infinities, Kia suck, Hyundai suck, all them. Chevys, again, the Chevys, the Toyotas, Lexus. But I'm gonna show you the car I was most impressed with. This is the car I was most impressed with. I don't know how many pictures I can show of this. Yeah, this one right here. This car was the one that I was most impressed with. This is the Expedition Max. Um, the one I saw, I do not think it was this much. Trying to think of the price. Now, technically, you look at everything, and it's everything that this is everything. Here we go. This is everything that the Navigator has. I just thought it was a better presentation. I really did than the Navigator. I really thought no, I really thought this was a better car. Now I thought this was a better car. There we go. See if it's any other ones. So this was the car that impressed me the most. And again, this is a hella big car. This car is big as hell. But I like this setup because it had black rims. It had the black rims and it was all blacked out here. I like this better than the Navigator. I like this better than the big Cadillac. Just the way this was all set up. I like this. This car impressed me the most. I didn't even know this car existed. and I fucks with cars. But this car, you know, this to me, this setup was the best. And it, again, it had the rims was black here. It was the blackout rims. So that car impressed me the most out of all the cars. Uh, no, like no Maybachs, two Bentleys. That's it. So we it was like 3 or 4 rooms worth of cars. Um, oh, let me see if I can find it. Let me see what is this car called. I might get a car, y'all. A 2023. Man, let me find it. Let me find it. Let me find it. What was it called? Okay. I had to think of what it was called. But when I saw the price tag, the guy said he would trade my car and let me get this brand new. Let me see if I can find it in the book. Oh, I think I'm going. Oh, I'm close. No. Yes. Let me see if I can find this motherfucker. This is some funny shit. This shit is this it? Which one? Yes, this is it. This is it. Oh, uh, I should have some music playing while I type, but I don't have any excuse. I've got dyslexia, so I can barely read this shit to do this shit. I have a hard time copying shit. I mean, really, just the way my brain functions. Okay. Is it that one? Yes. Yeah. Oh, hey, y'all, I'm balling. Y'all know I'm balling. Let me show y'all. Yeah. See, y'all think I'm playing. Y'all think I'm playing. Man said I could come get it tomorrow. Y'all think I'm playing right here. Mitsubishi Mirage. Right there, baby. Right there. It's got a 1.2 liter engine that has 110 horsepower. But he said, 18 grand, y'all. I'm going to be styling in a Mirage. Look at this Mirage. Where's another Mirage? Is this the Mirage? Look at that. Look at that. 18,000, y'all. Get you a Mirage. All-wheel drive. Oh, look at, wait. Look at that. You don't even get real rims. You get hubcaps. You get hubcaps. Look at that. For 18 grand, you get hubcaps. So y'all can't mess with me. I'm flexing on y'all. Look at that. Brand new 23 Mitsubishi Mirage. Can be yours for 18 grand. I'm getting one because I'm the man. I'm going to ride it to your town. In about a month, it'll probably break down. It ain't even got a radio. It might have some brakes. No sunroof. No air conditioning, so you know I'm going to bake. I could believe this shit, y'all. This shit had 18,000 on it. All these other cars, 50, 100, even medium cars is like 30, 40 grand. And I just couldn't believe it. This shit cracked me up when I saw it. I was like, God damn, 18 grand for this shit. 18 grand. Now, it's like when you get your wealth or you get your income tax, go get you a Mirage. I believe you guys got, that restaurant sucked, man. It sucked. Oh, it sucked. The Pope's exorcist starting Russell Crowe is crazy. They said, the demon's name he defeated, just like you said. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's right. The demon's name. I mean, that's what it's all about. When you evoke some shit, you evoke some shit. That's why they try to tell the circle. You ain't. I mean, the circle does give you for when you start a little bit of control, but I mean, it's shit that can that locks you in it too. That's why I don't like that shit, because that locks you in that circle too. I mean, everything you got to do in the circle, and people forget to bring their bags in the circle, or don't know how to call it to you, because again, you're in that motherfucker too, and you got to work it. Hope you hope that what you study is enough to keep that shit off your ass, because a lot of times they don't want that shit. Doesn't even want to be bothered. So all these people telling you to, I don't know. It's not as easy as it sounds. You can't just jump in this shit and just read some books and think that's all it is. You got to have some natural feelings about this stuff. You got to have some intuition and all that going for you too before you start messing with stuff. But yeah, man, I couldn't believe it when they showed that car for 18 grand. And anybody, if that's what you could afford, but I look at it like this. Up here, it's too light for one. I mean, on a rainy day, you're gonna have troubles with that car just because it's so light on rainy days. It's just not going to have the downforce that you need. So you'll really struggle on the highway with trucks. So, and anybody watching me, I'm not making fun of anybody, but I'm just saying as a how practical it is at where you live. Now, if it's like you live in the South or somewhere where you're not really going to be affected by, like if you live somewhere where it's just really country roads and you're not affected by trucks that often, wintertime you might be able to skirt by. But when you try to go cross country driving or serious highway driving, you're going to be affected by the trucks just because you don't have a lot of weight. So if that's your decision, really, really, really look up that decision. And again, 18 grand. I mean, a lot of people for a new car are going to jump on that. And I mean, this car basically, what's funny is I had a car very similar, but the cars were a lot heavier because I had what was called a Plymouth Colt, which is the same car, but the older, this is the 80s. But it was, again, it was Plymouth owned Mitsubishi or Chrysler owned Mitsubishi at that time. So they put a lot of Mitsubishi under the other names, and the car was a much bigger car, much heavier car. And it was 5-speed. It was fun and motherfucker to drive. It was 5-speed like a motherfucker. That shit was smooth. So compared to look at it now, and even my hatchback was bigger than this car. But I mean, if that's what you can afford, you live in like Arizona or somewhere where it ain't really no snow or nothing. I mean, and you kind of stay away from the trucks. Could you do it? Absolutely. Absolutely. But it's just funny. So I was disappointed, but on the other hand, it was a great event for my fiance and I to do something. And yeah, and it has like all the new cars. I mean, it's mind boggling the prices of these cars. And it's like in 2006, you could still buy a car for about $600 and it would get you around. And if you had any kind of aptitude, you was okay. Like one of my biggest hustles when I hustled was I had mechanics. That became at times that became one of my biggest hustles was mechanics. Because my best friend was a mechanic and he when we wasn't hooping, he was working on cars. But all day he was mechanic, but he didn't have to be, he was like when he worked, he was over the mechanics. So he didn't have to be a mechanic at work. So when he was off, he still liked working on cars. And then I had another partner. He was mostly a brake dude, but he could do a few other, but mostly brakes. Everybody needs that all the time. And if my guy charging 35 and he only wants 20 body parts, I mean, sometimes dudes would go with it because it would take him literally 10, 15 minutes to change some brakes. So he's like, shit, I can make $20 in this 10 or 15 minutes, he'd go. Or even if he made 30 and I made 5, like, fuck it, I'm only making 5. That's cool too. Because that's 5 where me and him just sit and smoke and talk shit and he fixed the car, boom, take it to somebody. So that was a hustle. So I've always been intrigued, just the history of cars. They had a 57, and I've told this story about my father. So my mother had a 57 Bel Air. It was like two-tone blue. I probably can find it. Let me see if I can find it. I bet I can find the exact color too. Let's see. Chevy. Is it Bel Air? Here we go. I'll show you guys this car. Right here. Right here. Yep. 50. No, this is a 56. It's a different style. Wasn't that one? It was more that one. So, this might be the only angle of a 57. Ah, here we go. Nope, but the 2-door. That's 4-door. It's this one. Ah, right here. Yeah, this is it. All right, here it is. So, I don't know what my ex did with my baby book, but it disappeared when we broke up and she stole all my furniture. But this is what we had right here. There was a picture of me, my mother, and my grandmother. I'm about a year old. And this is what my mom had bought with her own money. So the picture I saw had to be from, I was born in 61. This picture was from 62 or 63. So this car was 7, 8 years by then. But it looked just like this. I can remember this car. Matter of fact, I'll tell you another story. The first time I became conscious was in this car. I was probably 10 months, 11 months. And this is how unsafe it used to be. They literally would just open because the door swung open and then the old seats just flopped forward. You pushed it forward. And literally she put me in the back seat. We had left some relative's house and we went home to my grandmother's. She put me in the back seat literally with a blanket. And when I remember the moment I became aware. I became aware in the back seat. She stopped. She parked under the big tree and she opened the door. She stopped, turned off the car, and she picked me up. And I became aware. I remember damn near everything since then. I kind of want to tell another story, but I'll tell this story. So this car right here. This is a classic right now. People love these cars. This is sturdy. Look at all that chrome. Let me see. Can I find the front of one of them? Yeah, look at that chrome. Look at all that. And this is probably convertible. Look at all that chrome. Pretty solid car. 57 again. 57. Bel Air. Ours wasn't a convertible. Ours was a hardtop. So 7, 8-year-old car. My father was the kind of person that be one at the front. Again, they were married, but it was my mother's car. They were married, but it was my mother's car. This sucker sold this car that later became a classic for a 63 Beetle. Now, do you guys know that 63 Beetles did not have heat in them? Did you know that? They believed in the heat recovery system. They said that the heat off the engine would be enough to defreeze your car. When we know for a fact that ain't true. We know for a fact that ain't true. So my dad was a sucker. But let me see if I can find a 63. Let me see. 63. Is it BW that got him up there? Okay. BW Beetle. That ain't it. It ain't be little. There it is. There it is. Okay, guys. This is what this sucker sold it for. Now, this is a 65. Let me see if I can find a 63. These are. But look at this shit. Look in here. I think ours might have been automatic. But look at this shit. This is cheaper than motherfucker. Again, these cars, there's no heater in here, y'all. There's no heater. These little buttons is to open the vents from the engine. You see? But my father, ego, wasn't even his car. See, look at this. Look at this piece of shit. This is 62. Look at this piece of shit. No heater. This shit ices up in the winter, y'all. It ices up. I don't even know how they drove them in Germany. Compared to, let me see. Why is that staying there? Okay. Compare. See if it'll bring back. Compared to this. Compared to that. You see, a car that had a heater. But because my father's ego. Oh, because my dad's nickname was Po Make. Now, let me see if I can find this other car and tell you a story about this other car. Let me see. We had a Volkswagen bus. It was let me see, my brother. It had to be like a 65. 65. No. 65. VW. I don't know what the bus is called. So let's see if it'll find that. Yeah, this is it. Yeah, right here. Right here. We had one of these. We had one of these. Now, that might have been a smaller version. Yeah, this might have been a little bigger than the ones we had. Wait, where's the one I saw? Yeah, we might have had the slightly smaller version. Yeah, I don't think. It wasn't quite that. It definitely wasn't this interior. Because the one we had, the seats went this way. The seats wasn't like this. The seat was like this. Came with a seat that was sideways, and then there was a seat in the back. But this is pretty close. But and maybe my memory is, I was a little boy, 4 or 5 years old. But you know how they heated this vehicle? They heated this vehicle. There was a spot where you stuck in the kerosene heater. Now, for this vehicle, it was here, back here, or somewhere. And then remember, the engine's here. No, the engine's back here, even on this one. The engine's back there. But somewhere in this middle, they would put the kerosene heater. Do you know what would happen if you crashed and that shit exploded? That's gasoline in the car. Kerosene freaking heater, y'all. And that's some dangerous ass shit. And that's some real shit, y'all. That's some real shit. But it just shows you how people's ego, how people's ego get in the way. And I say, I'm not making anybody in fun if that's your car. I'm not making fun of you. But it's a lot to consider with a car like that. But I mean, we saw every car, and it's interesting. Like you take a car like a Honda Pilot, and if you don't, you're basically still going to get a 3.5 either engine. Now, front wheel drive will cost, all wheel drive is going to cost you a little more. But if you could still get in this like 45, get all wheel drive, and even if you ain't got leather seats, you ain't getting it's a pretty decent car. Now, I would stay away from Hyundais. Did y'all know Hyundai and Kia, some insurers won't insure the cars? Up here, we've had 200 cars, Hyundai and Kia, stolen. We have insurers that will not insure those cars. They will not insure them because of their problem with getting, do you mind catching buses? Nah, welcome. Chiefs guy. No, I don't have to, though. I mean, what's interesting is, now where I live, actually, shit, trying to think where the trains go. I could technically catch a bus to the Mall of America. Yeah. Yeah, like right up the street. I could catch a bus and I'd have to transfer, but I could catch a bus and go to the Mall of America. I mean, I never would do it. It would take me so long, so I don't have to. Now, when I lived on the north side, the cool thing about living in North Minneapolis or anywhere in Minneapolis, you're so centralized for public transportation. I mean, it's pretty much everywhere. As I mentioned, I had one job when I lived on the north side in the hood. My job was 12 minutes away in the car. 12 minutes away. Now, if I had to catch the bus, it was an hour. Took me an hour. We had to be at work by 6. So I ain't had to leave the house till a quarter till. I got there in time. Now, if I had to catch the bus, I had to get up at 4 something. I had to catch the bus at 5 something. And it took me to work by 6. So yeah. I'll tell you my funniest bus story. Again, here in the Twin Cities, the hood is near downtown. You could almost say downtown is the extension of the hood. I mean, the hood and downtown are very close together. So that's why when they would have crime downtown, it's easy to go downtown because again, the buses it's the shortest route to get downtown. It used to be an army of people downtown. Like when I first moved here in 06, 07, it would be an army of people. It would be buses where they was taking niggas to jail. Buses. All that's kind of changed. So my funny story is though, my son and I go to a Wednesday game where I want to say it was like dollar beers and dollar hot dogs. Wednesday's one of the best times. Afternoon game. So we catch the bus down there. A lot easier ride. And when the game is over, because it was like a matinee game. It was like an 11, 12 o'clock game. So by the time the game got over, it was like 3:30. Now, we only had a few miles to go home. I mean, literally from Target Field at that time, I was living in a car roughly 10, 15 minutes, depending on traffic, but really close. But on the bus, it would probably take closer to a half hour because, buses stop everywhere. Well, we went when school got out, and we went with like kind of the peak rush hour, and it was just packed. And, buses, motherfuckers stand up, and everything. And the girl he sat next to talked the whole time. She talked the whole time, like loud conversations, like the hoodest shit you could ever hear, the hoodest shit she could say. And it was just like so many different stories. And I know my son, I mean, this is hood. Now, it wasn't no shooting or nothing like that, but this is like straight up hood life in reality that people have to live with every day. All these different kinds of people you would find on the bus. Now, again, I had done it before, again, to go to work and stuff, so I'm kind of used to it. And my son is just like I was cracking up because it was so crowded. We weren't sitting together. I didn't have, it was like I got one of the last seats, and him and I got one last seats, and everybody else after us had to stand up. But it was just so funny because it was nothing but melanated people. It was just straight hood people, smelling like weed, talking shit. I mean, it was just so funny. And we get home, and my son says, "I'll never ride the bus again. I will never ride the bus again here." And here you can Uber everywhere too, so you know keep that in mind. But yeah, my son had me cracking up. Hmm. So I don't mind, but I don't really have to, and it's not convenient for me. It's not really convenient for me to catch the bus, but I could. It would take me into the city. And I think tomorrow after Easter we're going to see the baseball game, or I think we're leaving East. Okay, I'll break down all the cars I saw. So all the Acuras again. Acura ain't nothing but Honda. They were okay. The Acura RDX can go from 50 to 70. The Acura, what is this one? MDX would go 50 to, well, okay. MDX 50 to 70. RDX 40 to 50. And then they had Integra. I think I saw one of them. Now, and then they got the Acura TLX, and that one going 38 to 50. All these Alfa Romero suck because they're made by Stellantis, that has one of the worst traditions of making cars, so they're not even worth mentioning. Did not see any Buicks. Sure didn't. I did see a Cadillac CT4, 49,000. No, or was it CT5? It wasn't a CT5. Oh man, do y'all know about here we go. Let's see if we can find these. They have a, let's see. They got a nasty car. That's a sedan. Y'all know about these. They changed the name too. Whoops. And I think they call it I just want to see the car. Yeah, they changed the name. I saw one of these. Yeah, right here. They did have one of these. CT5 Black Wing. Did they change the name? But yeah, they had one of these. These is kind of wicked. This is a badass sedan. This is a badass sedan. 680 horsepower. This is a racing engine. But this is a bad boy. That's a badass car. So I did see, they didn't have this though. The Black Wing, they didn't have that. They had one basically just like this. And you can look at the quality problems that they've had with the regular engines. But that monster, where's that monster they showed? The one before this. Yeah, this is a hell of a car right here. They don't seem to have the quality issues with this bigger engine. But is it Black Wing? I thought they changed the name. Yeah, I think they changed the name. Let's see. Can I find the name? Because they changed it from. Oh, here we go. It's a V though. They used to call it the V. Now they call it the Black Wing. But I thought they changed it for the name for 23. It's an easier name. Oh, it's just BW. Okay, it's B. Okay, now the way they spell it is BLAQ wing. So it's Black Wing like that. BLAQ. So they don't spell it like this anymore. The new ones are spelled different. It's spelled with a Q. Let's see. But that's a bad boy. The Black Wing is a bad boy. And it's closer to 70. It's closer to 70. See. Yeah, it's closer. If you get the big one, it's closer to the Black Wing, it's closer to 70. So decent car. I mean, I think you'd have a little better quality getting the more expensive one. Yeah, no Buicks, but they did have those Cadillacs. Escalade. I know somebody's got a 22, and I don't know, just not impressed with them. The front is nice, but just I don't know. I'm just not impressed with the Cadillacs. They had the Lyric. They had the electric one. I did see the Cadillac Lyric, the electric one. XT4, did see that. XT5, they did have that. XT6, they had that. Just not, I don't know. I like the Navigators more than I like the Escalades. Just don't really like them. I don't know. They did not have a Chevy Volt. They had one Chevy Camaro, Candy Apple. And this is what, okay, this is my problem with the Chevys. So, no, it's the Fords. It's the Fords. It's the Fords. But the Chevys do it too. But I'll talk about the Fords. I saw the Colorado, and I saw three different vets. Three different vets. Malibu. I did see a Malibu. Did see a Silverado. The trucks are nice. The Silverado 1500 is nice. The Silverado EV. Yeah, they had one of those too. Silverado HD. Can't really say I like the Suburban. Don't really care for the Tahoe. Don't really care for either one of those. Trailblazers, you could drive one of those. Didn't have a Traverse. Didn't have the tracks. Did not have a 300. Did see a Pacifica. Saw one Hellcat. No Chargers other than the police Chargers. The police, no Dodge Durango. Dodge Hornet. I did not see a Dodge Hornet. No, they did not have a Hornet. Fiat sucks. All right. Ford Bronco Sport. You know, I'm a Ford person. Ford Edge, did see no Escape. The Expedition, as I said, the Expedition Max to me is the way to go. That to me was the most impressive car there. I like the Explorer, but I would get an Aviator before the Explorer. Now, where they kind of have trouble is with the truck. Again, they had the Electric Lightning, they had the F Duty, Super Duty. Did see one of those. Okay, the Ford Maverick. They used to have a four-door S10, and I forget what they called it because I almost bought one. But the cool thing about them was the back window rolled down. Now, a lot of y'all probably don't know. It was a car called, the first car that I knew that could do this was a 65 tow road. No, yes, tow road. It was like a Chrysler New Yorker, but was it a Mercury tow road? Or it might have been the Chrysler New Yorker. But I want to say it was a Mercury tow road, is I think what it was called. But anyway, maybe the New Yorker did it too. But anyway, the back window went down. The electric window went down in the back. And this is way before sunroofs. It was like that. Whatever, it was either the Chrysler or Mercury, but the back window went down. Now they made these trucks. They made these trucks up to 11 or 12. I forget if it was or if it was a S10, the small little truck. But the coolest thing about it was the window went down in the back. And I think this one had because they wouldn't have sunroofs because the window went down in the back. And I found one, I could have got it, but apparently you can't fix that window because the parts aren't made anymore unless you find it in the junkyard. And the guy like worked for a week trying to get the repair parts and he couldn't find it. And to me, that was why you wanted that truck, is because the window came down in the back. That's what made it unique. Now, on all the trucks, you know what they do for the back? Now, they used to give you the whole back would open just, by hand. Now they give you a square. All them trucks gave you a square in the back window like this. All of them. They don't even open up like they used to. Well, you could almost open the whole thing up. And maybe people broke in them, I don't know. This is what they give you now. And like the bigger the truck was, the bigger the square you got, the smaller, like the Broncos and shit, they get you a small little square. So I thought that was interesting. Ford Ranger, did see no Mustangs. I did not see a Mustang. Maverick. Genesis. I wouldn't get a Genesis for after what the Genesis did to Tiger Woods. Y'all remember what the Genesis did to Tiger Woods? Y'all remember that? Remember what they did to Tiger Woods? They made that car crash and damn near killed Tiger Woods in one of those cars. So you can think what you want, but they had all of them, all the Genesis. The Genesis 80, the Genesis 90, but they had the trucks. Yeah, here we go. The GV4, is that the electric? Whichever one's electric. Did not have a GMC Arcadia. Did not see that. Canon, no. They didn't even have a new Hummer. I saw a Hummer leaving, a new Hummer. They didn't even have a new Hummer in there. Sierra, did not see any of these GMCs, not even a Yukon. Maybe we missed it, but I don't think so. Honda Accord, again, you can get a fully loaded Honda Accord if you want a new one for $38. You can get a Civic for about $40. CRV is a great deal at $40. You can get it loaded at $40. CRV. A Passport loaded at $45, $46, not bad. Honda Pilot. Let me tearing the book up. Honda Pilot 51, 38 to 51, not bad. Honda Ridgeline did. Not worth it. Hardly mentioning any of these Hyundais. Hyundai Equinox. I live near a Hyundai dealer, so the Equinox and the wagon, the electric wagon, I personally, before this saw, because I live near Hyundai. I'm not even gonna mention none of these. These cars suck. The most stolen car in America. I'm not gonna mention. I didn't see any Jaguars. No Jaguars. I'm not gonna mention any of these Stelias from Jeep, Wagoneer. Why would you pay $107 for a Wagoneer? I mean, you got to be some kind of car enthusiast if you would buy a Wagoneer at $100-some thousand by a company called Stellantis, who has, over the history, they own Maserati, Alfa Romeos, All those cars have some of the worst history of reliability. And now these ain't Mercedes Chryslers anymore. Like when 300 was built, it's not the same thing. These are Stellantis. So none of these cars are worth it. None of them. None of them. Not the Cherokee, not the Compass, not the Gladiator has one of the worst. The new Jeep Gladiators that had a little wagon, one of the worst quality issues the last couple years. Renegade, again, terrible car. But the Jeep Wagoneer or Grand Wagoneer, come on, you got to be kidding me. All the other options out there, why would you pick this car? You would only pick this car because you didn't do real research. And I've seen women drive these cars, and I'm thinking, you are some of the dumbest women in the world. What you tried to do is show everybody how smart you are by getting this new whack. You did not look up the company. That's what it's telling me. You did not look up the history of Stellantis. So the cars are crap. Jeep Wagoneer, none of these cars. Kias, none of them. Kia's the most stolen. Kias, they're not even worth mentioning. Yes, saw a Land Rover Defender. The problem with Land Rovers, they're owned by an Indian company. That's who owns Land Rover. Again, quality issues if you look them up. Now, I had an 05. I had 05, it was 5 years old. I had 05 and 10. Or no, maybe 11. My daughter was a baby, so maybe 11 or 12. So I had 05, 06. Power steering went out. Do you know how much it cost me to repair the power steering? To just get the part from England was $1,200. To get the part, and it's only the only place you could get to fix that car was Land Rover. Ain't like I could take it to somewhere and say work on foreign cars. They didn't work on them. And that cost me $1,200 in repairs. So not worth it. Not worth it. I mean, they're good looking cars. You can't deny these cars look good. The Land Rover Defender, they got a big ass one. They got a Defender, I think, that is seat 8. I think this one would be fit 8. So Discovery Sport. Okay, and the one, the Land, here we go. The Land Rover Range Rover, and it's topping at 200 because you can get a autobiography, I think it's called. You can get a Land Rover Range Rover autobiography, and I think that one's pushing close to 2. But again, from this company, I don't know. Now Lexus, they had almost all these Lexus. Lexus LS, ES, it's going to hit you about 41 to 51. The Lexus GS, which is really nice, 57 to 66. A lot of people don't like that front grille. They had the IS, the LS, the LC, LS is no, they did not have an LC. I lied. They did have the LS, and that one's hitting 76 to 112. They had the LX, which is 88 to 127. NX is electric. They had 3 or 4 electric from them. So UX, I think is one of their electric. Yeah, let me see. And then they had the RZ. They had that one, and that's no price. You can get it. This is a hybrid. The RX is a hybrid, and so is the RCF. No, that one is not. Now, my favorite, other than seeing the Max, my favorite was the Lincoln Aviators. And you can get a fully loaded Aviator for about 65. This one says up to 90, but you can get an Aviator for about 60. That's super loaded. That to me is hard to beat. Atlas did not. Then they had the Navigator. I like the Navigator. That would be my second pick. If it wasn't an Aviator, I like the Navigator. As I said, I like the way the Max was set up. It was set up a little nicer. And the price, like this Navigator here's 109. That Max was like 90. It was like 90. It was like 10 grand less. And it was just as nice. I think it was on the extended thing. So Mazda had a Mazda 3, which I did not know they still made. They had all these Mazdas, which aren't bad cars. I have nothing bad to say. My daughter's mother has a CX-5, which I've driven a lot, and nice car. She's had very little problems. Now, all the Mercedes, as I said, I talked about the EQE. EQE. It's hitting for the electric. It's hitting for you can get okay. So maybe that was the difference between the two. Okay, so the AMG. See, no, they had an AMG model that wasn't an SUV. It wasn't an SUV. So one was a 500, maybe the other one was a 350. They got them. One was they're both over 100,000. So I don't know what this price here is. They were both over 100. One was 109,000. The other one was 120,000. So they tripping here. And E class, they did not have any S classes. So they had both electric ones. Yeah, they had this GLA, GLB. Oh, we're getting into. Yeah, they didn't have a whole lot. They didn't have any cars. They did not have a Maybach, that big S class. They did not have the Mercedes S class. They did not have one of those. They did have a Sprinter conversion, though. They did have the Mercedes-Benz Meritus and the Sprinter. They did have those. Matter of fact, they had them both converted. Again, the Mitsubishi Mirage, and even in the book, it's 16,000 to 17,000. The Mirage is the most fuel-efficient non-hybrid gasoline vehicle from Mitsubishi and is offered in hatchback and sedan, the G4 body. The Mirage comes with advanced safety features, forward collision migration, pedestrian detection, lane departure warning, automatic high beams. The standard 7-inch SmartLink display system, 7-inch. It's fully compatible with Android and Apple. For 23, Evelyn Mirage will feature a continuous variable transmission. What does Matt say? Oh no. CVT. And we know the history of CVT transmissions. As standard. Also, Mirage will add its own Reliance Special Edition. Yeah, don't buy those kind of cars. If you can. Nissan's Armada was nice. We regionally priced. There's a lot of rumors about Nissan though. So, but the Maxima is a nice looking car. The mod is nice. The Frontier is okay. They did not have a Nissan GT, which you would have thought. That is one of their hottest cars. Did not have a Maxima. They had a Pathfinder, and the Pathfinder is hitting you from 35 to 50. Rogue did not. Sentra did not. Titan, no. Z, yes. They did have a Z. The Z is they had some weird trivia. It's called something else there. They did not have a Polestar. Did not see a Polestar. Saw a bunch of Rams. Again, Rams is still Stellantis. So, Subarus, I like Subarus. Oh, let me tell you, what was this engine? Well, fuck it now. The Subaru Accent hit you about 33 to 48. This is BRZ, looks like their small one. Okay, the Cross Country, pretty reliable car. Hitting you from about 23 to 40. Forester, nice 30 car, 23 to 36. Impreza, they had one of those. That's about 19 to 27. Legacy is more of a car, hatchback, 24 to 37. Outback, 28 to 42. And then their electric car is going from 44 to 50. So, Toyota's 4Runner, which will hit you 38 to 53. I don't know what this one. Oh, electric car. Yeah, I saw this. BZ4X. Did see that. CR, what is this? Toyota CHR. Don't think I saw that. Did see Camrys. Camrys are 25 to 36. Corolla. I would get a Corolla. You could get a Corolla for 20. Slightly heavier car. But still, what is it? What do we see with the Corolla? CVT transmission. See all these. Okay, even let's see how many CVT transmissions we see here. Oh no, a Subaru WRX has CVT transmission. Oh no. What about, let's see. Ah, the Subaru Outback CVT transmission. Oh no. Legacy CVT. Impreza CVT. So yeah, I take back what I said. Stay away from CVT transmissions. It's older technology. Where am I up to? It's just having fun, y'all. That's all. Just having fun. Whoever's still with me. Okay, Toyota Crown. Yes, I think, is this their electric car? That is sharp. That Crown is a sharp electric car. Yeah, you can get that electric or you can get that with the engine. That was kind of, I think that replaced the Avalon. Um, CR Supra. Yes, they had one Supra there. Highlander. They did have a Highlander there. That hits from 36 to 52. Prius, no. RAV4, yes. 27 to 45. Sequoia, no. And Sequoia is nothing but you can get the Lexus for that. Volkswagen. They had all these Volkswagens, the Atlas, the Atrion, the Atlantis Cross Sport. I wouldn't mess with them. I mean, you're gonna get a lot of the repairs are just expensive as the parts. Volvo, yeah, they had all the Volvos there. None of the cars though. None of the cars, just the trucks. The trucks are the Cross Country Sport, which is not a bad vehicle. That hits from 48 to 70. The V90 Cross Country, which is their bigger vehicle, which is 58 to 64. The Cross Country Sport is nasty. Offers SU practicality, a tidy car-like package. It's a wagon. Spacious cabin, comfortable seats, and great cargo. The V60 and V60 Cross Country Station Wagon both receive a light styling upfresh for 23 that includes new wheels, reworked front end and rear bumpers. Volvo's new Google-based Informat system has been added, which includes an updated interface into the digital gauge display and the central vehicle orientated touchscreen. The rugged cross country and sporty Recharge T8 Polestar have standard phone chargers. Okay. So. Or XC60, XC90, they had all them. Is that it? I think that's it. Yeah, that's it. So that was my day today, guys. Had fun at the car show. Had fun at the Mall of America. We was out there buying shit. Let me say this about here. And I imagine New York, Chicago feels this, but it really expands you. Like a fact about the Mall of America is it every day of the week it has 35,000 people there. Every day. There's no less than 35,000. That's the average daily people. Now again, it's a tourist attraction. So on the weekends, tourists come in. Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, the place has over 100,000 people there. Do you know what that's like? This is a city. This is somewhere you pull in and you're part of a living city. Do you understand that? The Mall of America is a living city. 100,000 people. There's 4 floors. Actually 5, but there's 2 big giant hotels connected to it. This is a city that you can come have dinner, shop. And do you know how much it really expands your mind to be around this many people? And the beautiful thing about it is not just being around this many people, being around every kind of nationality, every kind of people. I mean, that's really, it expands your consciousness. It expands your mind because you're used to being around everybody. It was like a dude standing behind me was like, he had a handful of shit. He's like, we're from the Netherlands, so he was trying to understand the body shit. But I mean, this is common here compared to just seeing black folks, white folks, and Mexicans. I mean, that's when I lived in Michigan. That was basically it. Black folks, white folks, and matter of fact, it wasn't even that many Mexicans when I moved out of Michigan. I mean, I could dare say, growing up, I only knew one Mexican family. Growing up, one Mexican family growing up in Kalamazoo. One. It was the Cruz family. That was it. I'm 61 years old. I grew up in the 60s and 70s. One family. Now, it might have been another family here and there, but not compared to today. But it just opens your mind up when you're exposed to all different kind of people. Now, yeah, there's a lot of Africans, a lot of Hmong, but it's also seeing all the beauty of these different people because we're all just beautiful people. And if you love humanity, you look at this kind of thing and your heart opens up to this kind of thing. That you're able to love people and feel compassion for people and appreciate people without wanting anything or wanting them. Just to be in harmony. Because that's the agreement for everybody to just be normal in there. Without no fights, without no bullshit, nobody wanting attention, nobody's hating each other. You just go in there and do what you're supposed to do. I always a navigator over Escalade type of guy. Pale horse rider, what's happening? Oh yeah. Uh, Gosh, I'm trying to think my last GM car. Oh, I had a Cadillac. I always love. Here goes the auto show. Let me give you what year it was. Let me see. Brendan was 95. So when they came out, check this out. You know the Chevy Impalas, the fast ones. When they came out with that body style, you know the old big taxis, but the fast ones where you could get the vet engine in the Impalas. That was at the auto show in Detroit as a Cadillac prototype car. And I fell in love with that body style then. That was the first time it was a Cadillac prototype. They didn't even make the car. Like the car that the prototype was never made because the prototype is more the shape of what the Impala was. So when you looked at what the Impala came to be, and I'm talking about what 95 to 2000 maybe that Impala, whenever those Impala SSs, those type of Impalas. Well, of course, the Cadillacs was basically on that same frame, but they just changed the top. So I always wanted those. I told this story before. My ex-wife had bought one, and my son had never driven through a flood before. He's watching everybody else drive through it. This motherfucker goes through it. The car stops. The car bogs down. And I'm trying to think of what he shouldn't have done. I think tried to start, he shouldn't have. Should just let us push through it because when you start the car, it's gonna suck all that water in the engine because it needs oxygen. So he fucked up the car. We had just got the car. I mean, it was like 3-4 grand down the drain within a month. So we had one before, and I got this one. Well, the problem with those North Stars is they overheat, and unless you take the bolts out of the heads and put the right bolts, you're gonna have the problems. They overheat. I one day though, one week I put like 2,000 miles on it though when I moved. It helped me there, and then it died on me because it kept overheating. So that was the only Cadillac I ever had was that particular one, and I'll say the quality was shit. The quality was shit. The quality was shit. I had an OJ Bronco. I had a 95 Bronco. And I drove that Bronco. No, that Bronco might have been a 90. So it was the OJ style Bronco, the big ones. Blown heads. I drove it from here, from Michigan to Minnesota, which is 600 miles, I think. No, I think it's 800 miles. 800 miles on a blown. It took me 16 gallons of oil. It was like every so many miles I had to put oil in the motherfucker. And it still ran. It was like every 100 or 200 miles I had to put oil in it. When I stopped and got gas, I had to put 2 or 3 quarts of oil in it. And that car drove 800 miles like that. Do you understand? The car was fucked up. The engine was basically gone, leaking oil. but it's still, if I could keep enough oil in it and the compression good, the car still worked. So that's old fashioned American know how. That's old fashioned American know how. So, mm. So those are the kind of cars that impress me. Now I got I got a Taurus, and we've got the um, Transit 528, I think it's called the Transit. You know, in the movie Transit, one of those BMWs sits so low, too low. Ah, so I'm just a car enthusiast. So that's all. Just a car enthusiast. I love this kind of thing. It was nice to go see, and it's nothing about dreaming. I'm happy what I have, but it's just to see the new technology and what cars can do. Because the cars you see now, what do they say? The car be new to me. So those cars ain't always new. That's the good thing about us is cars ain't always new. I used to, and for a while I had one. I had an S500, and it was one of the shittiest cars of all time. It had a serpentine belt, and the belt would break. And these were one of the shittiest cars. And to me, that car was God. That car was God. Sitting in that car made me feel like God. And it was one of the shittiest cars ever built. They cost 70,000. So do you see how you can be sold on something? You can be sold on some trash. Yet you're trying to define yourself as success. But what does the song say? You don't want to fuck me, you want to fuck my car. Because you like how you feel riding in my car. And men can be selfish where they'll put their car over everybody. Again, I don't like the children when they was little to make messes in the cars and stuff like that. But some people, that's their personality. I saw it time and time again. Dude get credit or start working at General Motors, they can get the discount, they got a new whip. And all of a sudden they can pull a better chick than they used to can pull. And there used to be a thing in the 70s where you would see, you would go in the hood because remember what they did. I mean, people forget what they did to us in the Midwest. What they did to us in the Midwest and is they built the factories in the hood where we lived. The north side of Kalamazoo one time had 4 major factories. One full time made all the car. Checker Motors, they made the whole car. You have to look up Checker Motors. Well, let's look it up. And I mean, major car factories. Probably. I'll just look up, yeah, Motors. All right. Well, let's go here. Show you these old cars. Yeah. Let's see. Okay. Yeah, this is what. Oh, here we go. This is really what they look like. I don't know if y'all remember these, but they made these where I lived. The full car, 100%. This is an old checker car. Yeah. And these were and I mean, these were around for a long time. I knew some neighbors that had one. Not this new, though. I didn't know you could get 81. This is what they're most known for, though, taxi cabs. You watch old movies, you'll see a million of them, but they're all checkers. Checker motor. Yep. See? Checker motor. This is what cabs used to be made like in the 30s, 40s, and 50s. Watch old movies, and you'll see them. But again, they did make cars. And we had a neighbor, and that's all he drove. He bought them directly from the factory. Looked something like this. His wasn't this new. I knew him in the 70s, but basically, and you can still get these cars. Here we got a few more. That's what they look like. Little, they call these, it's Admiral windows. This is the Lincoln. It says Lincoln. No, this is the Checker Motors too. And I know I got a little off of what I was saying, but as I've said before, many times before, they built the factories in the hoods, so you didn't have far to go. So the people, the workers didn't have far to go. And so I started out saying is the joke was, and this was a real thing back in the 60s, in the 70s and 80s. I'd say late 60s, and but you would see, you could tell who worked at, because it was, again, where my stepdad worked was Fisher Body. Now those of you old enough remember, Fisher Body was a carriage builder. The Fishers were a carriage builder. They built carriages. When it was, horseless carriage, you could still get your indoor carriage, hooked up. So when it came to building cars, they just put them on the cars. Look at the early Model Ts. They all look like horseless carriages. That's what they called them. So Fishers got bought by General Motors. So this plant was a Fisher Body plant, which was under the General Motor umbrella. And if you look at all the 60, 50, you look at the 60, 70, 80, 90, 90 up to 99, you look at General Motors cars, not the trucks, and you look down and it says Body by Fisher. Body by Fisher. But the joke was the niggas, you could see the niggas that work for General Motors, and you could see a new car, and the car looked better than the house. You ever see that? Where the person got a nice car but a raggedy house. And mentally it made no sense. It was like, here you see this shining car, and then you got this raggedy house that need painting and might need a new roof. And that was the joke, like saying that's our people. They care more about the car than they do their house. And that was very common to see these nice ass cars, and then you look at the house, the house is kind of slummed out on the north side in the hood. So, and I've talked about politically many times what they did when they took away these jobs that they knew was going to go away in the 50s. And what did they do? That's what Snowfall's all about. If you sold powder, you's all right. I talked about my friend the other night. My friend sold powder for 20 some years. I think he passed. I'd have to make a call. And he was left alone. And we know what happened to, the crack people. He's hustling crack. It's funny when people like think, and this is what gets me. What gets me, like these dope stories about young people that really ain't old enough, but to really make a lot of money, to really, you have, like even a key. Like one person trying to sell a key, do you know how long that would take? Even if you rocked it all into crack, do you know how long that would take you to sell? Just one person? I mean, who would want all that time? Matter of fact, you got all that product around you. Again, key is 33 ounces or 33 and a half pounds. So it takes a big web to really get that off and really to make the money off people like that. Now again, if you just selling ounces, okay, you can rock that shit up, make you $2,000-3,000 back then. That wasn't hard or soft, however you want to do it. Yes, you could do that, but you start stepping up to big eights. You buying six. Well, what's the big eight? Six ounces. And yeah, you can get rid of all that yourself, but again, you got all that product while you working. Where you leaving all that? You ain't carrying it with you. You definitely don't want to leave it where your woman is and your children, in case they come up in there. So do you see all the things that got to be considered? And all these young people say they made all this money. I mean, what is the full story? Because it takes a lot to hustle like that. So some of these stories just sound, I don't know, stories. That's what it is. It be stories. Motherfuckers be making up stories and shit. There's a new spell out there, and I've been hearing this goofy nigga out of Chicago say it. He's I don't know. He's a goofy nigga. I don't even want to say his name, but he's funny. But he keeps repeating the new spell. Now, people have been saying this spell for a while, but it seems to be catching on. Now, I just thought it was very, very odd because I'm listening to this Chicago dude who's just come up and he's the gangster, whatever, in Chicago. But he says one thing over and over again. And I'm thinking, you just got out of jail, and this is the first cool word you heard. I heard one of the other dudes, he's a old rapper from New York, and him and some other old rapper got a show. And he kept saying drip. You know, he made a song, say, and you could tell like he had got out of prison, and this is the first hip word on the street he knew. You know, it was that kind of thing with this cat. And so this cat always says the spell that hits different. That's a spell. You understand? It hits different is the spell. It's a parroting spell. And I really didn't, I thought, I've heard like it's rumbles of saying this, but nothing other than this dude, this goofy dude who's some kind of gangster in Chicago or a gang member. I don't know if he's a gang member. And I'm thinking when he's saying it, I'm like, this is some old shit you saying. This is old spell. But then I heard my son say it. And I was like, oh, so hit different is the new spell. To me, that's some old shit that women used to say, you know? Like the girl was talking about it when she compares sizes of dicks, and she says, those Sixers, well, that hits a little different. You see, this is a couple years ago from that interview with the girl when they was like big dicks and little dicks, and she said, those Sixers are the ones that hit different. So I'm hearing this dude say it, and then I'm like, so understand when the new parodying spells come out, what they are. Now, in some general conversation, it's a filler word. Okay, I understand. But be aware of your thoughts instead of, you know, the what is it? The Borg with the rest of the Borg. Be aware of the rest of the Borg's thoughts because they can be your thoughts, and you're saying this shit because you're hearing other people say it. And it's subconsciously. See, these parenting spells that's come at you subconsciously. And like I put out there today, I thanked everybody on Facebook because one spell I put out there was enjoy your day. And I don't care what anybody said. When I started writing that to people's shit, nobody else was doing that shit. This was years ago. And now it's very common. Because you don't want people to be happy. Because what goes with happy? You know, you take these things that are the same thing. Happy and sad is the same thing. Like when they talk about different degrees, it goes back into that carbon shit. It's different degrees. Happy, sad. So you want someone to be joyful, blissful. Words that have no negative opposite. So that's why enjoy your day again. And I don't get why any woman celebrates her birthday. Women go crazy celebrating. The one thing that ain't good for a woman is getting old. That is not in your favor, women. And you celebrate your birthdays like there's no tomorrow. Do you understand what happens to women when that pretty goes away? As you get older, it goes away. Everybody ain't got to, you know, that you can. And now what the women do is start shooting their faces up. Men too. So why do women celebrate something that takes their pretty away? Some, their youth away, definitely. What do they say? Men age gracefully. Women just get old. Have you ever heard that? Men age gracefully and women just get old. Sometimes men, as the older we get, the better we look. And that ain't necessarily the case in most women. They get older. And if you have a few miles on you, that beauty runs away pretty quick. And so your choices become different. That's that Kevo Samuel shit. I'll say this, just looking at people. I saw a brother, tall dude, and he was with a European woman with her two children, and they all seemed joyful. And they obviously weren't his children. They were, you know, they weren't grown, but they were mid teenagers. And I would say the harmony that the four of them had was cool. So I know, you know, it's like saying people without, uh, you know, not wanting women with children. I had a great stepfather. I really did. Great. Now my mother says he wasn't a great husband, but as far as our relationship, he was great to me growing up. And again, you know, our families had known each other probably my whole life. And his parents were my grandparents. His brothers and sisters, my aunts and uncles, and my cousins did not know that he wasn't my father until we was grown. Because when most of them came by, I was there already. Like I'm older than all. I'm the oldest of all. That well, no, Eddie. Eddie was older than me. Eddie was the one he went to Vietnam. My one cousin. He was the only one older than me. I was older than everybody else. He was like shit. He might have had me by 10 years almost. Yeah, because when I was 4 or 5, he was a young teen. He was a teenager. He went to Vietnam. That 10 year difference put him in Vietnam. So these ideas that women, don't have any value because they have children, I don't know. I mean, I felt I've dated women with children, had a good time with. So I don't know. I think it's individual. Doesn't make the woman any less anymore. It just makes her what it is. If you can live that life, I don't see why anybody would mind. It ain't none of your business anyway. That's how I feel. It ain't nobody's business anyway. And too often, we try to look and we look at this stuff and instead of just looking at our lives and what works in your life. And you meet someone and you can work it out. You can work it out with her dude. What's the problem? That's life. That's life. You ain't got to compete. You just do things because you do things because that's natural. Like today, even though I'm shopping, I'm calling my daughter. I'm like, "Hey, you like any of this stuff?" I'm telling you, look up Yeezy stuff because Yeezy is back with Adidas. They try to tell you bullshit, but they got $1 billion worth of inventory which they need him to sell, and it's in the stores. That stuff is cheaper than it was, and so I showed her a couple, and I was like, "You want any of these while I'm out here?" Look, I'll read you my exact text, and this is how she dogs me. This is her exact text. So I put what size. I don't even know if these will show up. See these type of Yeezys there? And these is just some Maxes down here. See? But they was all like 90 bucks. Like these Adidas. If I can get the there we go. These 90 bucks. You're like, no. Uh yeah. So she said no. Okay, no. She sends me the size she wears. And I'm about to ask about them. And then she sends me and no. And then I wrote her, so what do we do with your Easter basket that we bought you? And she wrote back, when have I ever spent Easter with you? I wrote her back, I don't like the tone of your voice, young lady. You're 11 and you don't think you ever spent Easter with me? You don't think you was ever in my backyard trying to find money in the eggs and shit, get the plastic eggs and put the money in? I had a big backyard. So that wasn't my house, huh? When your brothers were still little and you was little enough, we would just show you where the eggs were. That wasn't in my house. So do you see how people have selective memories? And yeah, I can't get into the magical part, but and I'm talking too much, but I'll say this. No, I won't even say that. Yeah, I'll just yeah. So she's not hanging with us, and whatever we do with the Easter basket, we just do. So she'll get it eventually, because she'll be with me next week. Oh, so that was just experience. That was just experience. Oh my girl got some gold earrings. I mean they. I gotta. I don't know where my pictures are. So, but yeah, got her some nice gold, like all gold, and then got her some Dior. Yeah, got all that. So it was fun because we had spent some money and shit. We had about $300 in star money. So she bought them earrings. It was 14 karat gold, but it was like 100 just for the earrings, and the deodorant, or excuse me, the perfume was more than the earrings. So She had a good day. She had a good day. Yeah, and I know when I went out to eat that the dude that the server, I know he thought we was cheap or something. And it was like it wasn't that we was cheap because I really thought when I read the enchiladas, it said 3 or 2. So I'm thinking, for 3 people or 2 people. So I was like, well, we could just share this. And she's like, oh. So my fiance didn't think I was hungry. My dyslexia kicked in like right then because I'm thinking really what I read to me made sense. It was like, okay, this is for 2 to eat or 3 to eat. When actually it was 2 enchiladas to 3. So we get it. It's just like we shared it. But I could have ate that shit by myself. So that was kind of funny. We did that. That was kind of funny. But we had a good time. I mean, let me see how much, I'll tell you how many, let's see how many miles I got today. Because we was at the car show too. I think, yeah, maybe that was total. But let me see if I can pull up all the walking I did today. See what this is. uh, let's see where this bullshit is. Favorites. Oh, here we go. Wow. Okay, check this out. Now on her phone at the mall alone, we did 7,000. But altogether we walked 11,000. We walked 4.9 miles today. Yeah. So at the mall we walked 7,000 miles. And what is that? 6,000 miles, or we walked 7,000 steps at the mall. And then we walked 6,000 steps at the car show. So yeah, 4.9. Yeah, for 11,587 steps, 4.9 miles. Resting energy, 1,800. Walking speed, 2.7. Walking length, 25.6 inches. Walking asymmetry, 23%. Flights of stairs. Well, we have 2 flights here in the house, but 3 floors, which we did. Yeah, we did go multi floors. So, and what's cool about going out there is, again, it's natural walking. I mean, they have walking paths out there too. It's people go out there every day and walk. Like the mall I go to, the Quicker Mall, and what I do is I go and I hit all the stairs. I go up and down the stairs. Like I not only walk around the mall, but every stair I hit, I go up and down it and get a nice workout. And I like working out here too, because I'll run on this motherfucker. I have the whole house shaking. Because you can put like what do they call it? A 5K, which is 3.5 miles, and I'll bust 3.5 miles on this bitch. So, and it inclines and shit. I'll be like, motherfucker, run it up and shit. But it's cool because you can put the motherfucker and have different countries and shit, like running through Greece and mountains in Greece and shit. So it's kind of a cool little thing. And you got the coach there that's like, hey, this is a great, and he's running and shit and telling you his goofy ass stories while he's running, and I'm running and shit and looking at his goofy ass. I might do like DJ LeFarve though. He live streams. He live streams. He has a elliptical, and he live streams while he does the elliptical. So I might do that one day. And we got the basketball challenge coming up with my nephew who went to state. We have the challenge coming up too. So I'm putting that together. And my son, my oldest son tells you I can shoot. I mean, I can shoot. And I think the young man is not going to be able to take my jump shot. He's not going to be able to take it away. And I think at 61 years old, I am going to beat this all conference player that is 18 years old. I am going to beat him. Now, in all fairness, I'm going to tell you when we put it together, I am choosing the referees, and you guys see my son, City, the bigger one with the long hair, and I haven't put Big Mike, and Big Mike is bigger than him. Big Mike is 6'8", but Big Mike is probably 340. He's six. Well, Big Mike is probably 6'7", but he's 340. Those are going to be my referees. So, just to make sure it's a fair game. So that's coming as the weather breaks. And then pickleball. pickleball. So, and the bad thing is, I'm hopefully getting my trunk looked at this week and can get my pickleball racket, or I'm just gonna go buy me another one because the weather's broke and I'm ready to play. I'm ready to play because I'm in pretty good shape. Uh, yeah, my feet feel good. My feet feel good. I wear a new pair of shoes practically every day, and that helps. That helps a lot. Um, that is one thing that I have suffered from through my life is bad feet. You know, when they say, Leroy, look at your feet. Yeah, I've had some bad dogs. Man, guys, I wanted to tell you this story that happened in Wisconsin tonight. It is probably going to make national. Ah, I found it. I found it. Okay. Let me bring KIM. Yes. Let me bring this in. Yeah, this just happened. Yeah.
Begin tonight with breaking news from Barron County, Wisconsin. Just within the last hour, we've learned 2 officers are dead after a traffic stop shootout. It happened in Cameron, Wisconsin. That's about 2 hours east of the Twin Cities. Here's what we know so far. Wisconsin's Department of Justice says an officer from the Chetek Police Department made a traffic stop just around 3:30 this afternoon. During that stop, gunfire was exchanged. 1 officer from Chetek and 1 officer from nearby Cameron died at the scene. The other person involved was taken to a hospital where they later died. We're still working to learn what led up to the shooting and if there were other people in the car. The Wisconsin Department of Criminal Investigation is investigating the shootings. We begin tonight with break.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know if you guys heard that story. I know I didn't click over to it, but it's really nothing to see. I mean, you can see this little bit here. They don't really show you shit. But 2 officers were killed, and they killed 1 person. And this is about a couple hours from here. So all we know is 2 officers got killed. 1 from Cameron, he died. Another officer from another department died. So yeah, that's all I know. That's all I know. Yeah, so that's not far from me. That is not far from me. So I feel for them and their families on both sides. I'll say what is going to happen, and what is ultimately, like I talked about the police reforms that we're going to have here. So the police reforms that are going to have here is pretty much going to mean that traffic stops are almost over. Now, what it should always have been considered, and people have been saying this for the last few years, is what crime have I committed? A traffic violation is not a crime. Therefore, you have the right to freely travel, and that's what what is it called? The sovereign people, it was saying, is you can't impede my right to travel to make money. That's what it's about. When you're stopping somebody for expired tab, a headlight fix-it ticket, all these minor things so you can intrude into people's lives. Now, being that the killing of the young man in Brooklyn Park here, being it real or fake, it's still, you're intrusive over nothing. You're intrusive over nothing. So right now, America's going to is switching to where they can't stop us. Now, drunk driving, yes, but even that's subjective. Because how many times have you looked at your phone or looked at the navigation and you swerved a little bit? Ain't had nothing to drink. I know I was starting the other day and I was looking at the map. And I looked at the map a little bit and, moved a little bit. Now, for me driving, me being a cop, my perception, that would get my antenna up. Why is he swerving? And then I'll see, does he swerve again? Is he driving nervous? Does he notice me? That's another thing that bugs be drunk and high. Don't even notice when the cops be on them. They be phased out. That's another thing. But other than that, life-saving things, reckless driving, speeding 25 over. But other than that, leave people alone. Tabs, insurance ain't nothing but they're nothing but scams. Do you know why you have tabs? And I argue with your insurance lady because she didn't know. I've been in them court. Let me say this. I've been in them libraries in Michigan. I used to mess with the militia in Michigan. And the first thing they really start doing is saying, start going to these libraries and getting some of this stuff. Before they even mess with you, they want you to go look at some of this stuff. And I looked up insurance. You know what was happening in car insurance? Why they invented car insurance? Because when people was crashing in Model Ts, they was suing the fucking state. You gave me this plate. You're responsible. I got an accident. You gave me the plate. So I must sue you because you gave me the plate. That is what started the insurance agency right there. There's instances where they try to race each other. The state people and the person try to race each other so they can change the law before this person tries to make a claim. I mean, you can even find these kind of silly stories. And that's what I liked about the militia dudes. They're like, go look this stuff up. Don't just take our word. Before you join us and you train, go look this stuff up. So they created an industry to take the burden off of them. And insurance should work like this. If I don't get in a crash in a year, you give me my money back. Or you give me a percent of my money back. Oh. And all y'all that got that insurance thing stuck into your car, that it shows your driving and your speed, that's behavior surplus. You're doing something free that they are making and generating money. Again, you're giving away behavior surplus. We have all these behaviors that are worth money to the system, to the beast, to the my. This is what behavior surplus. This is what this book is telling you. This is what is in charge. And we are freely giving away our behavior surplus. Freely. You put that shit in your car, again, you give them something free that's worth money. They should pay you, not give you shit off of your insurance. They should pay you for doing that. Say, okay, you're going to put that shit in your car, we'll give you $3,000. Because they are making so much money off our behaviors that we freely give them. This is what behavior surplus is. We are freely giving them something they make money off of. This is what all the apps and the permissions is for. And what you click on and who you watch in this stuff. They are all learning. And that's why I was getting on to people that's fucking with that art stuff. Don't give them your imagination. You're giving away your imagination on how to be you. No, and it's not oogie boogie if it comes out. No, I ain't saying that. But golly, guys, the thing ain't all that good. They don't give away nothing for free unless it's trying to learn. And that's how you got to look at it. This thing is trying to learn, so they're going to give it away for free. And I must say, I have some CBD lotion that I put on my back, and it is kicked in and feels so good. So I had to say that. Oh, you changed. Dr. Sinister, welcome. You change your shoes every 6 months. Not me. I like the shoes I wore today, the 37s, the all white ones with the black and white laces. I hadn't worn them. And I've had those shoes. I've been sitting on those shoes for about 2 months. What are we in? April? I want to say I bought them shoes in January, February at the latest. I ain't even worn them. Them shoes back there has been sitting there. It's the first time I wore them. It's not good to work hours in new shoes, but those type of shoes break in pretty quickly. So I always have to wear where the shoes are newer, you know. That's just kind of if I walk. And like right now, it's the thing is like I can wear 14s. So it's like today, like those kind I bought 13s, but the LeBrons I bought 14s. So it's kind of like, and then I'm going to get my insoles, and them insoles is like 6 something. So I'm trying to figure out. I know and the bad thing about insoles, like any of you guys know Richie braces. Like watch Steph Curry. Now I've had Richie braces. I've had them made for my son. I've had them, and they don't fit in every shoe. You got to really get a pretty bulky shoe. So it's funny when I see Steph Curry's and see his Richie braces. I'm like, wow. But the ones and again, when you get them, they're custom made to you, but they're bulky as shit. But your ankle won't turn when you wear them. But you have to get a beefier shoe to fit them. So I'm trying to figure out with these new insoles coming, do I want to use them in an old pair? Because they're supposed to have some correctiveness too. So I'm kind of, I don't know. I got to start wearing my shoes or they might start falling apart. Got a bunch of new ones just chilling in boxes. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I hadn't worn them and them. I've had them at least 2 months, and this is my first time wearing them. So yeah, I have to rotate them enough where each shoe, normally I'll wear 1 or 2 days at a time and then I switch. So some like 8, 9 year old brand new. No, I ain't got none that old. My 8, 9 year old shoes is worn, and most of them are in my locker because I just can't throw them away. It's hard for me to throw a pair away. Like I had a pair of what's the pennies? The boots, the penny boots. The God, what was those? And my son says one of the cats peed in them. That's why he said he stopped wearing them because I left them there for him. But what are they? The Penny Hardaways, but the boots ones, and I bought those back in like 9 or 10. So, and you can still get them, but so I'm gonna have to get another pair. But I hated throwing them away, because shoes have value. Even though I don't wear them anymore, they still got value. But no, I'm not a collector like that, where I got any shoes like that. No, I've wore most of mine. I've wore, yeah, I ain't really got them like that anymore. Because most of my shoes, I do something in them anyway. And I'll say, like my pair of Skechers when I was working, they sucked. I kept them in my bag and it deformed them. And it's like, wasn't much in the bag to deform them, just a couple pair of shoes. So I don't know. So my Skechers, I'm kind of, I don't know. I don't know. Because it's hard for me. Like the reason why I had to stop working is it was just too much on my feet. Even like I was trying to do 8 hours and I couldn't really do it. I tried to do 6, I couldn't really do it. So it was really harming me, and that was causing so many other problems. So plus the place had a little wickedness about it too, and there was kind of a little fighting the place, and that's never good. It was kind of a ugly energy in there too, because I was around all that information, and what it showed me is again, this is at the school level. There's a big fight because again, all is revealed. Like this is a school book, believe it or not. This is a school book, so this is trying to tell children study this shit because this is what's after you. And but there's other works there that, like I was saying, showing the many different things that children are exposed to and the many different kind of, for a better word, propagandas. And so you can see the fight in the books. I mean, it's definitely like it's something there that's really like, but there's the overall, there's the overall, we have to put books out. Despite all this computers and stuff, the overall thing is we still want books. So I find that, so that's a magical there because books could really be, but there's insistence that books are still given to children. So that I find that interesting, but there's a battle there between the information. So, and all being revealed is not always good because again, all is revealed. And so children are exposed to things that are adult decisions. And I feel should be left to adults. But yet children are being exposed to these things. And so the books show this. The books show this. And so that's the war. You've got one side putting off this information that's positive and what the enemy is. Then you got the other side saying, "Hey, don't worry about that serious stuff. Just have fun. Just be like everybody else. Don't be outside. Accept all this and we'll teach you how to have a job, trick you into going to college and getting into debt, and then living the debt life." And what's sad is when you have children, and I talked about this the other night, that's what you want for your children. You want your children to be able to live the life you lived and hopefully better. But that all goes into when you were blind before you couldn't really see. You know, before you put the It Lives or the Rodney Piper glasses on to see what it is. Because once you see it, you can't unsee it. So, like in the Matrix, where Cypher says, you know, I don't remember, I don't want to remember, just put me back in. That's impossible. You can never go back in and forget. That is why they want this dementia, Alzheimer's. That's why they want that gone. Because if you remember, then you're ready to move on to the next thing. But if they take away your memories, you're not preparing. So that's why they want the memory disease. They don't want you to grow old and accept what's coming. They don't want you to remember shit. They just want your body to shut down, don't even remember how to breathe or nothing. That's what they want for us. That's what they want for you. That's what the air, the food, all this. Because the moment you're not afraid of death, you've conquered this. What did I say in that saying the other day? The greatest thing is you. That's what they said in the Shazam movie. The greatest thing is you. And so the minute you tell this thing you're not scared of dying, this thing treats you differently. And if it comes, accept it. Don't say, I need more time. I need to do this. No, like, okay. You about to run into a Mack truck? Okay. And I know that's extreme. They live. That's right. They live. Thank you. OG, if you can bring the mic closer, it'd be better, respectively. Okay. I can always turn it up too. I can come closer. If I'm low, I can always come closer. But yeah, they live, and that's what it is. That's really what it is. Okay, I think that's the better medium. All right, that'll be, I can still relax. Okay. But that's what it is. That's what it is. If I could do it again, I wouldn't take Advil or Tylenol. Some of those things help with fever, pain. They're minor fever or pain. And it's better to have to take those minor things than to have to take the opioids. Because opioids is something, when you start taking them, you have to wean yourself off. Like if I was to quit taking the opioid that's I'm given, I would literally have to wean myself off it. Because this is the kind of thing, like when I first started taking the opioid, I would have like it gives you that restless leg syndrome like a mug. It makes you feel like, you know how when you laying in bed and you turn, it gives you that like that really it makes you feel like you have to, like you know how when you get in bed and you just feel like you got to turn around. Well, when you're on an opioid and you don't have it, it gives you that feeling where you'll turn, and as soon as you turn, you feel like you got to turn back the other way. So you'd have to wean yourself off it. So those are less. Yep, those are less. It's all a trap. It's all a trap. It is. It is all a trap. So it's like and this is what my doctor said. This is what my doctor told me about, especially heartburn medicine, Zantac. This is what she told me. She said, well, do you want your kidneys to be fine or do you want to get rid of heartburn? And to me, I was like, well, I want to do something that does both. I want something that will do both. So, yeah, that's sometimes that's the decision. And it's like, do I keep having a headache or do I take something that'll give me a little relief? Now, if you're having headaches all the time, you might want to go get that checked. So yeah. So when these people try to, so many people on Xanax, well, It's the way the time is. It's the time. It's like when the time was sped up, they wanted everybody on a stimulant to be able to 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 deal like so when they sped time up in the 80s and the 90s because they didn't know what to expect when the Mayan calendar because they really thought the Mayan calendar was going to doom them. That's really what they thought when 2012 came. And in probably some scenarios, they were doomed. In some realities, they probably were doomed in 12. And all of us now, we're coming from the wave when they had to slow down time. We came from that wave because that was the only thing they wanted to keep repeating. They wanted 12 to keep coming so they could interact with it every time. Remember, like what was his name? Um, 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 where he says, he tried a million different realities. Doctor Strange. Remember, he's saying he tried a million different realities, and so that's what it was all about when they sped up time. They was trying to see which reality these motherfuckers would make it through. So they found one, and this is where we're all stuck. Because in 2012, a lot of it was they ass too. Now it appears like it weakened them though. Because again, they had to put the stuff back into motion. They had to speed the thing back up. Because we were going to speed up without them. And they couldn't have that. And so that's where the heroin goes. So now that things are slowed back down, they want that mood to be back low again. How it was before. Because it's funny how like the one thing when Nixon said the war on drugs, the one thing that it was right, it was more a lot of heroin. Wasn't cocaine, it wasn't crack. Now that's who they really went to war with, is against the people on crack. That's who it really went to war with. They criminalized crack abuse, and which crack is drug, abuse, drug abuse, drug sickness, which it is a sickness. Because you have to physically have it, and mentally you'll have to have it, and you'll do anything to have it. And this created a type of zombie too. Because you had a zombie only, concentrated on one thing. And not trying to really be productive in what they do. Trying to do the least they can do to get high. Now, of course, there were people, casual users, that worked all week. And that's what a casual user is. As I said, I live with a heroin addict. He was an ex-Vietnam vet. We lived together about 3 months. He moved in my apartment. We worked together. And I think he was a casual heroin addict because I only saw him to use heroin on the weekends. And we worked together every day. And he worked harder. By then, I had an easy job. He had a hard job. He had to work in them holes every day. He was putting in new water, new sewer every day. He's busting up concrete. He worked hard. So if you think he could go to work and, be nodding and shit, it was none of that. He had to go to work and bust his ass all day. I never saw him sick at work. So, I don't know. I mean, you have the idea of what a heroin junkie is. But then you have, as I said before, that's one thing that makes me mad about Al Prophet. And Black Trunks talked about Al Prophet. That's one thing that gets me about him. Again, what you had in Detroit is you had in the 50s and 60s, you had functional addicts. You had a city of casual addicts. No, I'll take that back. Casual heroin users. Not even addicts. Casual heroin users. Not addicts. And really, you did not see where the addict part really kicked in deep, again, into the late 70s, going to the 80s, again, when the cocaine started coming in. But up until that point, heroin was like they were, and I know it's hard. It's like the person that smokes cigarettes every once in a while. That's how these heroin addicts were. That's how these heroin casual users were. Because what is a casual user? A person that does not need it, that just does it every day and can function in their regular life, or does it every other day. An addict has to have it. An addict thinks about nothing else. An addict can't hold a job because all he thinks about is getting high. And all the addict thinks is I got to rob and steal. Nothing productive. A casual user is still productive in society because what they're doing is to be productive. They like heroin. So that's the difference. Now, were there casual cocaine users? Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, doctors overprescribing. Yeah. Oh yeah, Vietnam vets. That's where a lot of them did. That people just never tried coke. I knew one sniff and it was a rap. Sniffing it really, I don't know. Sniffing and didn't really give you the zing that smoking it did. Smoking it gave you a lot quicker zing. I can't ever say that I sniffed it and was like, whoa. What he said, cause I'm one, cause I'm on, cause I'm on. You smoke that shit and you be on. You be hearing ringing bells and shit. It be bells ringing. You be looking around, where the fuck is these bells coming from? Yeah, I never got that from sniffing it. And even me, when I was smoking, selling, sniffing, I was still playing ball. Like there wasn't no day that I missed a semi-pro game to fucking get high. Like they called me, hey, you coming to the game? It never. My darkest moment, the basketball court lit up, gave me life. The sacred ball field is somewhere I could go, feel good about myself, work out, and again, a lot of times I was a single parent, so the world was on my ass. But when I could go play ball in the sacred ball field, it was my peace of mind. It was my peace of mind. No matter what was going wrong in the world, I could go to the sacred ball field and get myself right. And that didn't end really till I tore my Achilles when I turned 50, or in my 50s. I was like months into my 50. I turned 50. So it just shows you that there's always something that you can still be productive doing, no matter how low, now how high you live, and whatever what battle, what you do. It's always hope. No database. Mm, mm. Oh yeah, I agree with that. I agree with that. It is. It is. Because like to sell, you sit again. I'm talking about at a low level when you just sitting somewhere and then trying to get off. You got maybe $400 or $500 worth of rocks, what you could get off. You sit somewhere a couple hours, Thursday, Friday. You can get that off, but you got to sit there with them motherfuckers. So you got to be around that gloom and doom and the demons in the people getting high around you. And even though you ain't really letting the demon inside of you, you holding the demon in the bag. And that's real because it affects everybody differently when you give to people. And the people that are not, the demon just getting high because that's what happens, especially crack, the paranoia. It ain't the person getting high anymore. After a while, it's just you getting the demon high. And I don't know if I can get my ex-wife to come and talk about that, but we've personally talked about that all the time. She say after 3-4 days, she just starts seeing the same demon over and over again. And she said that's the thing that made her quit getting high because she got tired of seeing. But that's who was getting high. She was looking at herself. That's what was getting high. You weren't getting high anymore. You're feeding this demon. And this is how petty these things are and how easy they eat off something if you let them in. Like when Richard Pryor tells the joke, about the pipes, talking about, hey, you getting me kind of low. That's the demon talking. And Richard Pryor is trying to tell you in the joke, the pipe, hey, I'm getting kind of low. You can't get me low because you're going to feel bad. And you're just going to think about me. But that's the demon that wants to get high. It ain't even you anymore. And that's the problem with addiction. People don't understand. Now, alcohol addiction is really it's super hard to understand the abuse that people can do with alcohol. That people don't like people that drink like a fifth or a half gallon every day. I mean, there's people that do this, that drink that hard. I've told many times my uncle drunk 2 cases of beer a day until until he literally gave himself alcohol poisoning and died a young life drinking. So there's all kind of things that can jump on people. As I said before, there's people that smoke cigarettes, died cancer. There's people that smoke cigarettes, lived about 100 years old. Smoke cigarettes and drink liquor. No database to about 2:15. Everybody was going to Florida and getting unlimited scripts. They knew what they were doing. Well, the problem, yeah. I mean, you could go you for a long time you could go to Mexico and get anything, any pills. So, fentanyl is a pill. People forget that. And I still argue that I do not see how fentanyl is a cheap cut. It is not a cheap cut. That's my only argument of cutting drugs. It is not a cheaper cut. You want cut to be cheaper than what you're cutting it with. Now, I was watching what was the show we was watching? They was talking about it's in Louisiana where the mafia family thinks that this boy killed their son and whatever, and they were talking about how you could cut fentanyl. But it just doesn't make it to me business wise, it doesn't seem, I don't know. I mean, if you just get straight up getting fentanyl, give fentanyl, I guess. I don't know. Poppy friends in Afghanistan after 9/11. Well, yeah. And Super Sly was saying that he had information that, or he was giving some word of some people that was over there that said, what's his name? Pat Tillman was killed because he questioned. He questioned, why are we protecting these warlords' fields? And that's why he got killed by friendly fire, because he questioned this. Now, let's not forget that Bill Clinton gave the warlords, the poppy lords, the heroin chiefs, $40-some million one year to not grow heroin. Do y'all remember that? Look that up. Bill Clinton gave, and I don't think they were Taliban, but he gave the poppy growers $42 million. So you think they quit growing? Our government has always been in the heroin business. That's our oldest drug business, is the heroin business. Now, they had to take a backseat to crack, and they really did. They didn't go after crack people. They didn't go after powder people. Just as a hustler, when I lived in Battle Creek, Michigan, I knew. I was like, wow, because I was looking at the heroin prices. We were starting to see black tar and shit again. And I was like, damn, the person that gets all these crack people on heroin is going to make some money. But two things happened. Crystal meth happened, and the heroin. And so a lot of people became sober and got themselves off crack. But a lot of the crack people turned to heroin. A lot of crack people turned to heroin. And that's what the government was hoping for. That's their oldest business, is heroin. Mm. Bother me, what the fuck for? Oh. So what is today to everybody? Pat Tillman, a legend man. Wowzer, a legendary man. Yeah, so that's what Sly had gave me, because I thought it was a fake story. To me it sounded fake. Nothing about it, sounded real about Tillman. To give up, and he wasn't making a whole lot of bread, but his contract was like 5-7 million to give that up to go into service. It just didn't make sense as a story. and then them to get killed. But then to hear this, and again to see this, I mean, like the bad thing about Snowfall is it tries to say it's just a rogue dude, but no, it's still, you see the variant is still a big coordinated effort, and it's always been that. I mean, the drugs they even made it legal. The people, like the Congress made this shit illegal, and there were parts of the administration says we making too much money. We are making too much money, and so we're going to keep making this money. So they bring it in, and that's the good thing about when you watch New Jack City. He says, ain't nobody making Uzis in Harlem. And if we told the stories over and over again, like Gary Webb's, when Gary Webb's story came out, part of his story was the guns left in Watts or South Central. That's part of the story that's not talked about. And I've talked about this many times, but that's part of the story. And then you see the gun violence, which we know is done by military and CIA combined. And then we hear the same stories in Chicago. Now, it's interesting, you know, the stories in Chicago, they finding, now you hear LA guys talking about finding guns on train tracks, but as I said before, Gary Webb's story told about a tractor trailer that was left in South Central, and it was left months. Nobody tried to break in it. They didn't tow it, and finally some niggas broke into it, and it was full of guns. Full of guns. So you know the gang that got all those guns, and with military help, again, they don't do things without having people inside there. You guys watching this Waco stuff? Again, they put somebody inside. And the same stories in Chicago, finding guns in the train tracks. And anybody know been to Chicago, it's tracks everywhere. They're talking about train and not. So we see this was not just, you know, this is government involvement in every way on both sides. We gonna bring it in, but then we gonna arrest y'all. And without any, it's like a blind eye to the people that bring it in. And then you're going to throw some fake names, people that work for the government, Escobar. Then you tell a stupid story. Escobar was smiling in the picture, and then that's how, that's how we noticed it was Escobar. I mean, the stories are just so stupid, and they come up with these names, El Chapo. This is just theater. El Chapo's son. This is theater. That's all this is theater. They are in cahoots and they allow it. Do you think if they didn't want the Mexican cartels there, they couldn't just invade Mexico again? Really? You don't think they could just go to the border and send the military to the border and fight the cartels and get rid of all the drugs down there? Like in a year? What is it called when you put all the boats around the country? A blockade? You don't think they could blockade all of South America for a year and don't allow drugs if they really wanted to? This is how they do things. You don't think they could go to war right now with the cartels and defeat them if they wanted to? What did our president say? Teens? They ain't got nuclear bombs? How long do you really think it would take our military to fight the cartels? They start airstriking their asses, followed by artillery. Then they send them boys, them good old boys in there. They can't wait to kill any melanated people. How long do you think the cartels would last? Why do you think they're not doing this? Why aren't they going in there and stopping the cartels? Because they don't want to stop it. That's why. They do not want to stop it. You send all this money to Ukraine, you could have put fighting the cartels. All that equipment, you could have sent it to Texas and let fight the cartels. So that shows you right there. You care more about Ukraine? And Ukraine is nothing different than why we was in Kuwait. Why we was in the Iraqi war. They need a presence there. You know, Kuwait is just a base, basically. They try to lie and say it's a country, but it's basically our base there. Okay, Nick Taylor, I know it's more than that, but basically Kuwait was created by us. Now, you can't deny that. Because the Ottomans, when them sheiks, them Ottomans, the sheiks wasn't the Ottomans, but the sheiks that thought they was going to get all that Arabia, they carved it up. Now they got Saudi Arabia. You know, they thought they was getting all that shit. Iraq, Iran, all of it. Because the Ottomans had all of it. Them sheiks wasn't the Ottomans. The Ottomans got defeated. World War One. The sheiks was fighting with, you know, Lawrence Olivier. Lawrence of Arabia. That's who them sheiks was fighting with. That was his friends. So they thought that by helping Lawrence of Arabia, that they was going to get all that the Ottomans had. Because they said before the Ottomans came, it was their stuff. Didn't get it, did they? What'd you, Florida was supplying 75% of the country. Not at first. Not at first. It went to LA at first. Well, actually, no, it went to New York. You can follow where the godmother, Grelda, where she went. It hit in New York first. That's why her story is older than the story of Blow. It went to New York first. Then it went to LA. And then it didn't really go to Florida until she moved to Florida. That's how you know she was government operated. Because she brought in that ship. Remember, it was a pilgrim ship too. It was one of them old pilgrim ships. And it was 100 pounds of coke they said was hers. And then they put all the, you know, they got warrants and stuff, and she goes to Florida, and they don't get her for another 20 years. They don't get her until she go to California. And then you listen to that one dude's story, they was letting her fuck and be all up in the prison, letting that dude, you know, she's still operating. You listen to the one dude's story, say he was kicking it with her while she was in prison. So she just found a new, you know, front man. But it's all government operated. As I said before, when you follow Grelda's story, drive-by shootings started with her. I mean, modern ones. And I ain't talking about the old gangsters, you know, Al Capone shooting it, you know, them in Chicago. But I'm talking about the modern day drive-by shootings was started by the CIA in Florida through the gang wars with Grisella, the godmother. And then the violence spread to California, then it spread across the country. And, you know, Chicago has been so rough. They had a black site there where they were snatching niggas off the streets, torturing them. And we know, you know, the Chicago also, you know, has those centers where, you know, they harvesting. But see, as I showed that video, they have always liked eating us too. So always understand that. What do you say? The white tribe. Now, I ain't talking about Caucasians, Europeans. I'm talking about the white tribe that still likes to be cannibals. So this shit is, you know, that's a distraction saying they just taking us. They want the organs out so they can eat our flesh, eat the meat. That's the white tribe. And that still exists. So all these people missing. Listen to South. There's a TV show about South Dakota, North Dakota, where they snap. Or that TV show is based in Alaska. The native people is going through the same thing up there. They are snatching these sisters. Why? You really think they want to harvest their organs? Why is it that native women are getting snatched in North Dakota, South Dakota, and Alaska? You think it's slavery? Think they, with all was happening in South America, you think they really slavery? And you go back to these old blood families, because that's where it is. You know, that's what he says. The blood families, the families that was into scalping. And blood families. That old money. Bush and them is new money. Even Fairleigh Kennedy's, they new money. But those old families that came over here in the 1600s. And they ain't changed their habits. Because when you see that just the females has disappeared, why? What is it about the females? These native females in general. And we know all the waste people We don't even know the sisters that's getting snatched because so many waste people. I knew a little girl. Um, Probably hadn't seen her in 10 years. Knew her when she was 4 or 5. Her mother was a prostitute. And got sent a report that she was missing in Vegas. No more than 14, 15. Picture, she got the eyebrows, fake caked face. But her mama was a little woman. Maybe her mom was 5'3", 5'4", skinny girl. Maybe 5'5". This little girl is probably similar. Do you know how easy it is to snatch people like that? I mean, do you know how really easy it is to snatch just a person off the street with 3, 4 people? How quick and easy that can be done? Hmm. Oh, Oxycontin. Okay. They even made a documentary called Oxycontin Express. It showed addicts going doctor shopping every single day, and they had zero database. That was Rush Limbaugh. Rush Limbaugh, Michael Jackson, Prince. All of them was doing that. All of them. You don't think a doctor was happy to have Prince as a client and he could write pills for him? Michael Jackson? You don't think that was that, it was now these stories about Prince coming out that, he was smoking freebase, getting high. So, I mean, it affected these cats, my generation, and cats a little older. It really affected them. As I said, you look at old R&B singers of the 70s, all them dudes dying in their 50s. All of them. Heart disease, heart disease, heart disease. Look it up. Look up R&B singers from the 70s, 60s, and 70s, and look how they die. My favorite group is Dramatics. Look up the Dramatics. Look how many of them died in their 50s. Heart disease, heart attacks. You do a lot of cocaine, it expands your heart. And these was mostly, well, what happened to that generation is they started as snorters, and a lot of that generation went into straight up freebase and then crack. Freebase was way more intense. That's what Marvin Gaye was on. Marvin Gaye and Richard Pryor was on freebase. They wasn't on crack. That's why Whitney Houston always would say crack is whack. She was freebasing. Stronger, pure, and a little more expensive process. 1,000 times more addictive. I mean, to the point where Richard Pryor tried to kill himself, to the point where Marvin Gaye had someone kill him, which is called suicide by police. Because they couldn't live with that demon anymore. And Richard Pryor tried to burn the demon out of him. And then Jim Brown tells the story while Richard Pryor was recovering from trying to kill himself, he was back smoking freebase. Now that's an addict. Here's a man that burned something like 70% of his body because he tried to kill the demon, the freebase demon. Yet, after months of therapy, soon as he's able to go home and strong enough to say, hey, I need 8-ball, he's back freebasing. And it took away his power. I've said many times, you watch Richard Pryor when he comes back from Africa, he was getting away, making himself strong. And he'd come back, they'd put him in that same thing because it's easier to control an addict and kill. And then when he got, whatever he got, it had to be cocaine related, multiple sclerosis or whatever, ailment he had. I think he had MS. But you just have to look at him, and he died a year or two. Like, I'll be 62 in a couple months. He died at 63. So you have to look at cigarette smoker, that abuse, and the burns had to affect you. You look at Rick James, same kind of thing. Lifetime cigarette smoker, freebaser. Did you see those pictures before he died? How swole he looked, how unhealthy he looked. Like when Dave Chappelle tried to bring him back, made him popular by doing the skits. How unhealthy he looked. I mean, that generation got hit hard. And Rich Pryor, like watch the cartoons where they tell the cartoons, the different cartoons about the different entertainers. And I guess Rick James and one of his band members, Stone City band members, walked in on Sly Stone. And Sly Stone couldn't even do the concert. He was just freebasing. And they looked at each other and said, we never want to be like this. And he said, Rick James ended up being like that. Something that he had saw that he knew better. But all these guys, and what happens to entertainers is the rush, the rush of being on stage and having thousands or hundreds, cheer you. I think the saddest one is when you watch what happens to Frankie Lyman. Why do fools fall in love? Like there's a saying that says, when the laughter turns to sorrow, when all the laughter turns to sorrow. And that's what happens to a lot of these people. When you stop going and, people asking who you are. You see athletes go through the same thing. I think there's very few that, Michael Jordan's probably one of the exceptions. I think Magic can travel around people and not get, but not not Michael Jordan. I mean, yeah, people would get autographs and stuff from Magic, but not like Michael Jordan. Magic, for most part, could walk through the Mall of America. He ain't getting swamped. Michael Jordan getting swamped, even at 60 years old. And there's very few people that would do that. Kevin Garnett, he'd walk out the Mall of America. So many people know Kevin Garnett from here, it wouldn't be nothing. Randy Moss. Charles Barkley. Hell, they had the Super Bowl here. Them niggas was walking around here. Stephen A. Smith. Them people everybody ain't crazy seeing them. They was all here. But what my man said, it hit different when it's Michael Jordan. It hits different. How is it? It hits different. Here we go. Be like, how was it? It hits different. Pain management clinics. They had pain management clinics on their radio ads. You had accident, you have pain. Call 1-800-PAIN. There you go. That's what they have here. Now, Michigan. Oh my God, you talking about easy to get pills? Michigan might be one of the easiest states to get pills. They keep you high in Michigan. If you got me, what was the song? You got me let me see. You got me taking every kind of pill. Nothing ever cures my ills. George Clinton. But that's the thing. I mean, that's like Michigan, they would keep you high with pills. Here, for the most part, you got to go to pain clinics. They go through pain management. It's like even when you have children, ADD, ADHD, and this medicine, you have to see a psychologist. Yeah, child psychologist. Because there's certain medications that even the doctors can't prescribe. Like when doctors prescribe Adderall, at first they prescribe it here, but to get continuous, you got to go see a psychologist. And then they were the ones that prescribe it here. They do it a little different. So every state does it a little different. How long I've been going? Oh, shit, I'm damn near 3 hours. Whoa. Whoa. I'm on, what time is it? Because I don't know what time we're going tomorrow. I don't care. I'm a party. We might go to the Saints. The Twins opened up. Twins played today and won. Who did they beat? Boston. Twins beat Boston 9-5 today. And the St. Paul Saints open up tomorrow. And as I said before, I want to see the Saints because minor league systems, AAA at least, are having the electronic umpires. So that's going to be interesting. The electronic umpires are going to be making all the calls. So it's going to probably be fun. Opening day, they probably give some shit away, some shirts or some shit. And I want a blue St. Paul Saint hat, but the problem is their blue ones is Black Nasties. Now, I know my Redskin hat is old stock, it's Black Nasty, but it's old stock, so I'll wear that one. But to buy a new hat that is a Black Nasty is just, it makes no sense. It's just not a marketable hat. And I don't know, I like it because it's blue and I got a blue shirt. I got the black hat, but I got the blue shirt like the hats. But the hats are all got the black in, Black Nasty is, you got black in there. Those are the least desirable hats. Black Nasties are the least desirable. That is the last type of hat you should really want to buy if you buy baseball hats. So, but it's funny. It's hard for me. It would have been hard for me to keep shoes 8 or 9 years, even if they were in good condition, because my children will always take them. And then I used to not keep them in the box. That was the other thing. Man, I wore all my shoes. Like only like my dress shoes. I don't wear a lot. I was debating if I want to wear my dress shoes tomorrow, but they hurt my feet when I walk. So the answer is probably no. Hey James P, welcome. You know it's Easter morning, and I'm on one tonight, so I'm just gonna keep going until I don't feel the need to go anymore. I'm going to keep bringing it until I don't feel the need to bring it anymore. So here I am. All right, let's try that. A little better. All right, a little better. There we go. Yeah, there we go. All right. Cause I'm on, one of my best friends, his pop's name. His name is Black Nasty. I've had some cats with the funniest name. I went to college with a cat. He never played. Seemed like he went through spring practice with us. So he goes through spring practice and he doesn't play the next year, but he transfers to Winston-Salem State. And they were CIA, so you could just transfer in, I think. And but his nickname was Titty Head. And I remember we went to see a game, and Titty Head scored a couple touchdowns. So after the game, we were all going out to shit. And you know, Titty Head is the man. He done scored 2 touchdowns. I think they beat A&T Squirrel and them when Forte was coach, because we stayed and partied in Winston. They might have beat us. I don't remember that season. I didn't play. I don't remember that first season. I didn't play. Uh, but Titty Head was the man. So we go into the parties and shit. And like all my buddies, we are like 10, 15 deep of A&T niggas that used to play. And Titty Head, we all like, he comes in, everybody's like, hey, good game, good game. Because I can't remember his name. That nigga came around, was like, hey, Titty Head, you had a great game, Titty Head. Oh, that nigga was mad the motherfuckers. We used to call him Titty Head and shit. But that's what we called him for like however long we met him. That's what his nickname was. He told everybody, my nickname is Titty Head. So that's what we started calling him Titty Head. So sometimes people don't like their nicknames, but so yeah. So yeah, I'm almost to the 3 hour. I haven't done a 3 hour thing in a long time. And it's all about really having something to say and trying to say it in a way that you guys get something out of it. That's what it's all about. It's about trying to come up with things and ideas. And yes, I do like preaching to the choir, but I like bringing a few different kind of things up. Like you guys seem to enjoy smoky dancing. I enjoy smoking dancing. uh, so it's just having fun, y'all. Just having fun. One of my best friend. So that's all. It's just having fun, y'all. That's something. Oh. It's not the name of a Greek god. I never knew that. Let me see. We'll never knew. Well, yeah, James says Black Nasty isn't the name. Isn't Black Nasty a name of a Greek god? Why isn't that over here? Wow. It is a delay. Right here. You can't give yourself nicknames. It has to be given. Yeah. Where is that one at though? Huh. Yeah, that one is. Why is not registering over here? I do not know. That's very strange. It's over here. Because over here I'm reading where he says Black Nasty, isn't it a name of a god? And it is not over on this other side. That is interesting. So I wonder if it's not your comment did not go on YouTube, James. Try saying really fast. I think not. I think not. That is funny. That is funny. That's funny. That is funny. That is funny. Wow. I guess I just, I feel good off having a good day. And yeah. Yeah, it did not come. Yeah, it's over here, James. What you said about the Black Nasties and the Black Nasty name of a Greek god, but it is not over on this side. It's like they took away your comment. Yeah. YouTube has taken away your comment where you say, isn't Black Nasty the name of a god? A Greek god. Yeah, that one's does not going out to YouTube. Whoops. That is interesting that they edited that out. I wonder why. I wonder why they edited that out. That is crazy. Took away your fame. They did. I'm sitting there tripping. Like they let these go, but they edited that other one out. Like, look at this feed that you guys can see. The one he says, I do not have, where he says Black Nasty, isn't that the name of a Greek god? That is not on the YouTube feed. At least not the YouTube feed I got, because I got the original feed and I got the YouTube feed too, and it's not coming on YouTube. So that is interesting that they hit that one. That is very interesting. Why do they care so much? Yeah, you guys, is something, some truths in what he's saying that y'all want that shit hidden? Is that what it is? And we don't even have to get into the Greek stuff. And I mean, it's you just get to listening to this stuff, and Rome was all over here, and Rome was all over there. That shit makes. I mean, it's not believable. This history stuff they tell about Europe, it's just not believable. None of it. None of it's believable. They've lied about so much history. They've hidden so much history. They've hidden their contacts with the Americans, that the Americans that went over to Europe. They've tried to hide all this stuff, and this stuff can be found. So it makes their history, you can see that so much of what we've been told about even the European history is a lie. So we can't believe these stories anymore because that's what they are, stories. And the stories of how they hate each other. I mean, this is a group of people that have hated each other, even though they're relatives. You look at all these war relatives fighting. World War I is relatives fighting. So who was really suffering? Like, look at World War I. You got all these relatives fighting each other. In some instances, first cousins. In some instances, first cousins of another country. I'm a king. My first cousin is a king. And yet our people are fighting. We never get killed. But everybody else gets killed. And I'm gonna tell you a movie to look up is Sarajevo. Look that movie up. That talks about the murder of Archduke Ferdinand. And that movie proves that the same way they killed Kennedy and Lincoln it's the same script over and over again. You get to study in Lincoln, and then you get to study in Sarajevo, then you get to study in Kennedy. It's the same thing over and over again. You watch this Sarajevo and you think that I mean, the exact kind of stuff they talk about later in these other movies and these other histories. But yes, they try to moviealize it so you can kind of get an idea of what happened. But it's the same story over and over again. So it makes it not believable. The three name person. Why are these killers, these killers with these histories are three names? Why is that? So it makes you wonder about all history. And we do have to thank the flat earth people for that. Or excuse me, not the flat earth people, but the mud flood people. I do thank them for that, to making us see that this thing ain't old as what they say, and there's a lot of lies. Now, I don't rock with everything else they say, but the part of civilization not being old as we're told, Yeah, they're definitely right about that. And the lies. Because this stuff with Cortez coming over and even Columbus, it makes no sense. How did they sleep? How did they terrorize people all the time? They had to sleep. You got millions of people. So you could just constantly attack them, especially Cortez, especially up in the Incas. Like this is the story that makes no sense. When they went up to the Incas and fought them up in them high altitude mountains, wearing conquistador armor, and they really want you to believe that these people that aren't accustomed to these high altitude could do so well to conquer these people. When we know they didn't conquer everybody. Eight wind. Let me get it right. 8 deer jaguar claws family in the Mexican highlands. They were never conquered. They just agreed to quit fighting them, and they took on the names. You see the names. They're just directly related to 8 deer. So they didn't conquer everybody. Some people just capitulated. They just like, fuck it. Okay, we won't fight. You leave us the fuck alone. Well, you send some of your monks in here, and we'll leave you the fuck alone. And that's what they did. And you think, and this is the second part that doesn't make sense. And then they lose it so easily. The Spanish loses so easily to the French. They lose it so easily. They was able to come over here and kick ass, but they couldn't kick ass in Europe to keep them French people off their ass. How is that believable? It was so easy to win in America, but you couldn't send everybody at the French and beat them. You had to give up America because you lost to the French. None of that's believable. And we see it's made up. And so it makes us wonder when this history was really started. Burned people at the stake in the late Jesuits literally burned people at stake in the late 1500s who didn't accept the new model universe. Took only one generation to believe and pass this idea that Earth is a heliocentric globe. Well, you got to give not just the Jesuits, but you got to, when they started attacking them peoples too, because remember when they wrote the document of discovery, which I showed the paperwork that the Pope's supposed to say, well, that doesn't exist anymore. So during Inquisition, yeah, they put boot to ass to everybody. Remember they put who's the dude Galileo? Remember they locked his ass up. He was locked up for a number of years. So, but is that even believable? And why did the church have to come and say, well, now it's flat, yeah. When at first the church didn't. First, the church said that everything rotated around the earth. That the earth was the center, not even the sun. Which, in fact, Christianity is they are sun worshipers. The Son of God, the God is the Son. That's still sun worship. That when it dies, it's born again. The sun comes back. It's the sun worship. But anyway, so that it just doesn't make sense. As I say, Inquisition, document of discovery, the Papal Bulls. The church still was kicking ass. Because do you know who they say defeated the Catholic Church? They say the French. They say the Roman Catholic Church was defeated by Napoleon. I don't know if y'all can look that up. That's who defeated them. That's very, very few people know that. That's one thing that Napoleon defeated too. He defeated the Roman Catholic Church. That's why he was able to crown himself. He was over that. Remember, there's the famous picture of he got them all dressed up, and he said, "You are not good enough to crown me. I am God's son. I crown myself." That's what Napoleon did. He kind of spit in their face. He made them all dress up, and he took the crown from him and said, "You ain't shit. I got this shit." uh, mm, 500 years ago, everybody knew the earth was flat. Imagine what you'll know. I am, Tom, the movie, Men in Black. A huge, a huge time drop. Well, I mean, it really doesn't matter what the shape of it is. It really doesn't matter. Because if you pick one or the other, then that's where you live. That's just how this works. If you pick one or the other, if you say it's flat plane, that's where you live. And that's where your perspective will be. If you say it's a globe, you'll live from that perspective. And that's how this works. But if you stay neutral and say, hey, I ain't on neither and I can use either one. Because without a flat plane, illusion couldn't exist. And to the extent that it is. Nor could, without a flat plane, nor could the Mai, which is a reality generator, exist. It's easier to exist in something that's a flat plane than something that's spiritually moving through space-time, as they say. I mean, the biggest crock is to look at the moon. You can stare at the moon all night. You ain't going to see the other side. But yet, if you put it on time delay, you see the moon moving. Now, how is that? How is that we only see one side of the moon? But if you put a camera on it and show it delayed, it shows it moving. How is that? But if I sat out there all night and watched the moon, I will not see it. It's going up, 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 and go down, and it will still be the same. It's 6-7 hours. And they're, well, it's moving so slow that you just can't catch it. You're not going to catch the way it moves. But that's not believable. That makes it not believable. That only one light of one side that everybody sees. That is not believable. We look at that as there's no way that that's believable in any. But that is very not believable. And it makes you wonder, why is that there? Is that there for the illusion to think all these balls here? Because anybody got a telescope, you see that the rest of the planets are balls. But again, is that real? Because my experience dealing with the planet is something totally not physical. You can't even deal with those life forms because there's nothing physical about them. Yes, they do live in a physical space, but it's totally, we don't understand that. And you've got to be invited to those energies, whatever those energies are. And I talk shit about the moon, but there is even the energy that we can use in the moon. So, but more of a domer. Then you would like, I thought the Jesuits are Jews that converted to Catholicism. No, not totally. Not totally. Not totally. Now, they did take a great order of them peoples. Because in the book Isabella, they tell you that mass numbers converted. Especially people with money. They didn't want to lose money. They converted. But the Jesuits became their army. See, what happened up until Isabella, leading up into the Jesuit, when the Jesuits took over, is you had individual bishops and monks. Well, bishops. You had the bishops that was war bishops, war monks for a better word. These people had mass armies. So these people was cardinals and bishops and shit, and they had armies. Like Borgia. If you read about Borgia, in his younger life, he was like a warrior monk in his younger life. He was a warrior before he became Pope. This is how he rose up through it. Because at first he was in Spain. And he was dealing with Isabella and them. And he fought on her side. Because that was the thing about Isabella. She was a Catholic straight up. And so all these Catholics, the Moors were threatening all these Catholic places too. And then they fought them until just Grenada. But they had to beat them to get to Grenada. That's a peninsula. So they had to beat them all the way back to the peninsula. So to this point, the Moors was kicking they only held small pockets, but they was fighting them too. So that's why, they was fighting these churches, trying to take over these properties, and these churches was fighting back. And so what they did after, from Isabella defeating the Moors, the instead of having individual armies for these churches, they just said, hey, we just gonna have a full-time army. And that's the Jesuits. And what a lot of them peoples found out it was easier to steal, deceive, being in the Catholic Church. I mean, look at what's done. Like, watch the Easter thing. It might be on now. Matter of fact, I'm gonna go and see. The Easter stuff is probably on now. Because what is this, 3 here? It's about 9 o'clock in the morning over there, Easter morning. So you can probably watch what's down. Now you look at that and you tell me that is a sacred place. You tell me that picture of the man hanging, being tortured is sacred and holy. I mean, just look at that imagery and tell me that is something positive. Any of it, all of it. I mean, and as you get to studying high magic and fractals, you see that ain't nothing positive. It was just a way of control. It was an easier way for them people to control. And that's what's funny, even Islam, Muhammad and them was Quraysh. Them Quraysh was more like almost them people. Why do you think that the Islam is so heavy into the Old Testament? Because this is what they were studying before. And it wasn't them peoples that had these books. I mean, Ancestral Productions and others show that the first people that had these writings wasn't them. It was taken up to what is it, Akistan, whatever, Akistan, Akanazis. It was taken up there years later. But in the meantime, them peoples that was in the Middle East, it wasn't related to them Germans. And some came down, but it was some of the original people, and they just stayed in the Catholic Church. I mean, you can look at the number of countries them peoples have been put out of. Massive amount of countries they're put out of. Massive amounts. I mean, you can look at a list. Anybody, just you want to see, they're put out of all these countries. So, try to say that what Hitler was trying to do, and now they have, like they gave them Israel, but they have Russia. And the Bolsheviks was them peoples. I've talked about this many nights. Look up who the Bolsheviks were. Who do you think they fought when they was fighting? Who do you think the Bolsheviks were when they were fighting the Catholic Tsar? Who do you think they were? And then you look at Hitler when his men go into Germany and they try to say that they're killing them peoples. But those peoples that when they first went into Germany was them Bolsheviks that were Jewish faith. And they try to tell you it's them by the Holocaust, but not saying nothing about was any of them people fighting. They don't ever mention that. Were any of those people through those countries Bolsheviks? Again, they don't answer that. They just tell you Holocaust. But they don't tell you, was these towns fighting with the Bolsheviks? They had to be. Because Stalin's army was the Bolsheviks. So, I don't want to give you the full story. And like I said, the Jesuits ain't the end of the story either. That's the new name. It ain't Illuminati, it's Jesuits. That was the name Zach and them put out about 17. That was the buzzword. Ignoring them peoples. But last time he came through, he was like, okay, yeah, them peoples too. So it's an army of them peoples with the Catholics. They work together. So I don't even know where one ends and one begins. Couldn't tell you that there's a difference between them peoples and the Roman Catholic Church. Not internally, not money. In a lot of ways, they function the same. And their secret army is definitely the same secret army. Now, I know they got the Mossad and, they've honed their skills. But that state, and don't forget who gave them that state, Mussolini. It wasn't a separate state before Mussolini. It was part of Italy. It wasn't separate. And that was what, 1920 something? Mussolini, 1920s, early 30s, when he was really in power, and when he was in power to give up that state. And you can look all this stuff up. It's interesting, like the dome kind of thing is interesting because they show that in Shazam. They show the dome. They show that the witches was able to put up a temporary dome, which is interesting because what if that's what it is? And remember in the TV show they had, the dome was temporary. Now that funny guy Mag, he says the diamonds come from the dome. Well, we know the diamonds also can be made, but I don't know. I don't know. I'll say that if there's any dome exists, it's in the Antarctica. That's probably where a dome is. It's probably there because there's something there, and if it's even something there, because it's like like we know the world is bigger than what they say. We know it is, and this saying that they're going to run out of resources and all this, we know that's a lie. That's where the round Earth people get in trouble. Because you try to say that these resources are running out and there's there's plenty of space for people to live. Now, they say they don't want to cure homelessness because people will stop working and being functional. Now, the only example I can give this kind of match that is prisons in other countries. Some prisons in other countries, the people aren't even locked away. They can't leave, but they're not locked away. They have to do their function, whatever they do there. They're treated like humans. They're ready to educate them. Only us, where we lock, when we have the most people in prison in the world, and a lot of those people are still in prison from the war on drugs. And to to tell Americans that we're only 13% of the population, but yet we're like what, 60% of the prison population? That just doesn't add up. That's an attack. And that's what happened from Reconstruction. See, and that's why they don't want you. That's why they want you to concentrate on the civil rights era. They don't want you to think of what they did in Reconstruction. And I guess that's really where my hate comes from of the government. Because they don't want to really let you look at what was purposely done on Reconstruction. These two sides of rich people tried to annihilate each other with help from Europe on both sides and help from, the Rothschilds helping both sides. And then they tell you that they want to free certain people. And then they say they pass certain laws. And then they change it from a constitution to a corporation. And then they let the defeated army, and not really just a defeated army, they let the lower class of Europeans who were never in control before, they put them in control of the South. With finance, and there's no military that helped them, but a lot of money got better guns to these poor people who were not the majority. And that's why they were allowed to lead with violence. Because Mississippi and Alabama, Europeans were not the majority in those states. And the only way they could do was three things. They used the police, state police, and they criminalized not being on the plantation to get free labor. And it was legal. Then we studied books about Killer of the Flower Moon, the richest people on earth. That's what the Osage were, the Osage. The richest people on earth, the turn of the century. And then these Europeans passed laws to steal their money and start murdering them. Start murdering them over their greed. And after so many people were, again, mass murdered by a group of people, And look at the taking over the Pacific. The Magnificent Seven, they teased John Horn, a guy named John Horn, say, there's no money for scalps anymore. That's illegal. For a long time, that was legal in California. And as I talk about many times, what do the Mormons have on this government that they gave them a whole state? Them people ain't even got a whole state, but they gave the Mormons a whole state. What power did they find in our mounds? Because whatever they found came from the Ohio mounds. And it had to be very powerful and very ancient. And it's a way, remember, they had to travel across to Utah. No one killed all them. How was that possible? How could all them, they tell you they walked wagons, remember? They could put carts behind their backs and they walked across the country to Utah mountains. How? How didn't they all get killed? You're talking about 300, 400, 500 Europeans. How could they cross all these countries and nobody just say, hey, they out in the open, let's just kill them? They walking with carts? How? How did they do that? How did they get there? And then they get there, we know the killing started. Massacring started. They tell you one story of people massacring them because they've been massacring, and they want to highlight that, but they don't tell you to highlight all the massacring that the Mormons did. They don't want to highlight that. They want to tell you one time a couple of them got killed. Why didn't they get killed the rest of the way coming? How did y'all make it? What did you have that could keep them people off you? Obviously, you took something. And it had to come with a sacrifice because they sacrificed John Smith. So it had to come with some kind of sacrifice. So obviously, he gave it to somebody else, whatever he took. Because he had to be killed for it, to give it more power. However they do it. These is wizards getting this shit too. So they wanted the blood of John Smith, and it gave them power. Sacrifice him and gave him power. Just like I say about Alexander the Great. That story makes no sense either. Hannibal makes less sense. It made more sense to put elephants on boats. Or than to tell you that the elephants climbed all the mountains. You know the story of Hannibal, only one elephant made it? Why do they tell that story? Only one elephant made the trip. So why do they even tell you that story? Well, Hannibal took those elephants around the mountains and kicked ass, kicked these Romans' ass. One elephant made it. So that story should be forgotten. Because it had no strategic importance. They tell you Hannibal kills the Roman army. 300 and some people. 300 and some thousand people. And then instead of conquering Rome, after decimating their army that was between them and Rome, he doesn't go conquer Rome. He said the men had killed enough and they need a break. At that point, the men were eager to kill more, eager to conquer Rome. But they tell you he doesn't do it. Now his men say, fuck him and go do it. We got these motherfuckers. Let's go into Rome. Ain't nobody protecting Rome. And then they don't conquer Rome until it's too late. Sextius or some motherfucker comes and fights them. And he defeats Hannibal. Do you see none of this makes sense? It's like the European was about to be down, but miraculously something happened. Study the Armada. I mean, all this stuff where they're about to lose, and then just some things just comes and saves them. Some miracle happens. How many miracles can these people get? I mean, just how many miracles can happen for these people? Over and over again. These same miracles, over and over again. So it tells you how much history is a lie. If you understand. Now, what's real is right now. That's what's real. Right now is what's real. And always remember that. What you are doing right now is real. Can't really depend on what you did yesterday and what's coming tomorrow. You can only depend on what's happening right now. Now, you can plan. Don't ponder too much on the past. Don't ponder too much on the future. Yes, plan. That's the way you have to do it. That's magic. Because when you manifest, you got to picture it in your mind, and driving your car somewhere, you should picture all that. That's magic. So that you're invisible. And again, the way the laws are changing, that's so much better. They not fucking with people driving as much. Which I started talking about in the beginning. So, this is therapy for me. You do all this studying and reflecting and research, and you do, like, what do you do with it? What do you really do with it? And everyone knows me that I'm not beyond to say, hey, we don't know about that. Enlighten me. Tell me where to find something different. Because that's helpful. I'm not so vain. I'm not blocking people. Well, he doesn't. I'm not that vain. Because if there's another lead, I go look for it. Oh, well, there's the first yawn. Wow. This is a marathon session. Wow. Well, I guess that yawn means I can take a break. And I'm out of water. And the cigar is tasting not so sweet, very tobacco-y. I was disappointed in this one. I don't know, this one was packed loose. Stayed together, but these was made to chew on. I've never vaped. Like I've smoked weed vape, but never nicotine. Well, I guess my son, I hit his. I hit his one time. But never bought that shit, and I'm like smoking flavored nicotine. I never did that shit. Now, from sucking on this thing, I see what nicotine gives you. It gives you a ooh, but I'd rather get it through sucking on it than vaping. So I'm a weed head. See, I like edibles and I like wax. Ooh, well, this is shatter. That's more shatter. It ain't really wax. This is shatter. But it's good. It's good enough. Well, no, the wax was a little better. The gummies is better than this, and usually it's the opposite. The wax be better. But oh, let me tell you, I was nice here today. Kind of didn't lock my car. One of my polo sweaters got stolen. I was nonchalant. Didn't lock my car. They didn't take my cologne, which cost more than the damn sweater. But it's licked for somebody. They get high. They sold it to somebody and get them a rock or some meth or whatever. That's how I go. I can go buy another one, just like that one. That's you got up on me. That's okay. I'm surprised you didn't take my cologne. I mean, cologne. That little bottle of Savage is about $125. So, and it's damn near full because the shit in my car I don't use that much. So that's all right. That's how I go. That's my bad. Didn't lock my car. Sometime that's how it happens. Cane Ponder bought some more clothes today. So that's how it goes. That's how it goes. So I guess I'm going to cut it. But before I cut it, I'm going to have some fun with y'all. Because, I'm a fun guy. So let's go there. Oh, my son's video did decent. Okay. Y'all like a little bit. How do I do this? Right here, I think. No, let's see. This is me. What am I doing? I don't want to see me. Oh, I see. Maybe here. No, you suck. There it is. Okay, that makes it easy. All right. All right, there to go. Smokey. We want Smokey. Oops. Nope. Smokey. We want Smokey. Let me see. This might be too long. Yeah, let's do this one. I don't care. Nope. Oh, gotta come over here.
Too many black folks. Boy, nigga. You accidentally shoot a nigga 6 times in the chest. Well, my gun fell and just went crazy. I think like niggas are the best of people that were slaves. You know what I mean? And that's how they got to be niggas. Because they
That ain't what I wanted. That's too long. How did I get away from this?
do it over time.
There we go.
Fade that nigga. Shit. Yeah. Ball, bet the ball. Off time. Shit, boy, I'm trying to make me some money. Boy, I'm hungry as a hog need. Slap Jesus. Shit, gotta be a Jesus, cause too many black folks. Boy, nigga, what? Boy, do it over time. Fade that nigga. Shit.
This is fun. This is fun for me. I ain't making no bread on this shit anyway, so.
Started. Now this is it. I'm retired.
Fair use.
Cook left. Your lines are still open. Oh shit, you can get it, nigga. You wanna get it? No goddamn money, then, man. Talk that talk to me. You ain't got a gun in your hand.
This shit is just so funny to me, y'all. That shit is just so funny to me. I've had a good time tonight. Thank you all for coming, checking me out. But I had a really good time. It's been a super day. I'll say this, I'll say this. However you celebrate this day, to me, it's about food. As I said before, when my children were younger, this was like Christmas. And it wasn't nothing, no church, no nothing. It was just like Easter, they got gifts. And I know from a child, this went from me getting Easter baskets and getting the baskets and the baskets getting bigger and bigger and better and better. I mean, I guess that's where it came from. And until they got older, this is electronics. Now, my daughter, we got her stuff, but it's not my weekend. So I can't make her, take the shit. She had to get the shit next week. So to me, it's not about this dead God made a miracle and came back. It's not about that for me. Doesn't matter with the story, but I'm saying for me, it's not about that. It's about, again, we know the new year just started last month. One of the Mayan calendars just started last month. We have another one that begins. We have another calendar, new year, coming in May. I believe it's May 26th is the day out of time. And the new year start there on the long calendar. So that's what this is. This is the new year coming in the new year from the short count, Habab. So that's what it means. It's a new year. I don't go by what they say because I'll determine when I die. I have no contracts. I have no bindings. No matter how it happens. If a Mack truck hits me, I get shot. It doesn't matter. I'm still determining when I die. And I'm going to face it like you should face it with no fear. Because we are more than just this. If you've ever dreamed, you know you're more than this. They want to tell you that you're nothing because you just dream, but you're more than just this. This is the most temporary of what you are, of what consciousness is. And you know, the hundreds of thousands of people that it took to make you here right now. You know how many people, when you get into the 8th and 9th great grandparents, how many people it took for you to be here? And everything had to just work perfect for you to be here? That just shows how perfect you are for you to be here at this given time right now. And whatever your circumstance, that was one of them words they put out there too. Whatever your circumstance. Know that you are the most important part of it. And that if you aren't mentally you can't help anybody else. And if you don't love you can't help anybody else. Because you can only love when you've been loved. And I know that for a fact. I mean, my youngest son, the 3 years he lived with his mother in addiction was hard. And it took me almost a lifetime to overcome the trauma. Where that child became human again. And no matter what, how mad I was, I never stopped loving him. And then some events happened. We lost a friend, and you saw him turning human again. And now he's able to love and is in love. So you have to be loved to love. And you can fake love. But people don't really understand the importance of love. Like when you go out with someone and you just sit there next to them, like, do you appreciate just watching them walk? Do you just appreciate listening to them talk? The way you each sound when you sleep together. But just the little things that you do. And it can become too late. And, people fake love. Like old Pimp was saying, that people don't understand that most men are programmed not to love the one that loves them. We're almost programmed. It's you get the one that loves you, but you keep pursuing the one you love. That is kind of how we're taught, instead of riding with the one that loves us. And that's maturity. You got a partner that's riding with you. That's it. Because once you start clicking with somebody, it is probably not going to get any better. Now, I remember my father told me that my first wife was my luck. And I did not want the luck she gave me. Now, the luck she would have given me, could I have had a different life? For me, for some of my children? Absolutely. But I wouldn't have been what I am now. I wouldn't have spiritually evolved. I would have been more asleep. I would have been more under the spell. I mean, I had everything at 27 years old. Everything. Any person could want. Owned a house, cars, family. It came quickly and easily. And I could have stayed on that ascent. But I would be exactly what her husband is now. Not aware. Being part what do they call it, a non-essential player, I would have been that. I would have absolutely been that. Not paying attention to what I eat and just getting old and unhealthy. Now, my habits has been my habits. I just told you I was playing ball, so I would have kept doing all that. That would have never stopped. But I just don't know that that life would have opened my awareness up. I look back at some of the things that should have been given to me, and I don't mean I didn't work for them. Work for them and given to me that was denied me. And I look back, it was all to push me in the direction I'm in now. They say the struggle. No, the struggle never really ends, but they say the struggle. Because it's a whole struggle when you get old. And the way old people are treated is a whole nother struggle. And that's real. That's real. So as I reflect on, the new summer me, I've got the windows open. What is it, guys? What is it most of the time when I talk to y'all? It's cold as crap here. And right now, it is 50 degrees. It is 50 degrees. It is going to be 80 degrees tomorrow. Or today. Or no, 63 degrees today. 70 degrees Monday, 70 degrees Tuesday, 80 Wednesday, 80 Thursday, and of course it's going to rain on the weekend. It's going to be 81 Wednesday, 79 Thursday, 69 Friday, and then rain, be 54 and 47. Cold again next weekend. Well, thankful for what it is now. It's going to be a decent day tomorrow. I'm going to dress up a little bit. Not going to dress up too much because I don't want to spill shit on myself. You wear nice shit, you be spilling some shit. I have a shirt. Check this out. I have a Champion shirt. It attracts stains. I didn't get that until last time I wore it because I never spill shit on myself. And maybe I spelled myself a little bit because I was like, every time I wear this shirt, I get some shit on it. And sure enough, I wore it the last time. I never spill on myself. And I was like, okay, this shirt attracts shit. Do you understand that? This shirt attracts stains. And that's just light magic, but that's what it is. So I'm going to wash it again. That's what I did. I washed it. So I try to break whatever because I've washed it every time, but I would wash it by hand and I would just get the spots out. So this time I washed it completely and we'll see. But that's what the shirt is the shirt that attracts that. And maybe I bewitch myself a little bit by saying, every time I wear it, but it does. But that's the last time I was like, okay, it's the shirt. And that's, that's a light enchantment though, that's something that you can just keep there. I mean, it's minor, like almost the symbiotic thing of Doctor Strange's cape. It's a little minor thing like that. For some reason, it attracts things to it. So, and it's not. I can't say that's a very magical thing. It's really a bother having to wash the motherfucker. But that's kind of how things can work. And that's just a small dose. You imagine? It's just a small dose of how things could work. That's all. So, well, I guess, wow, almost 4 hours. I probably can go 10 more minutes. I probably could go 10 more minutes and make it 4 hours. But why? I'm done right now. So, well, guys, this has been the Chocolate Mountain Show. And it's the show because I do have to perform. I do have to make a little bit interesting for a couple people to watch it whenever you catch it. And I'm not pressed about any of it. I put out my truths, my experiences, with the least amount of bullshit that I can remember. You know, that's all. I'll end with this. It's like watching the David Koresh stuff, as I mentioned before. It's like it really makes you hate the government. It's like I remember seeing the David Koresh, and like the main thing they showed is them getting shot off the roof. Now they show one dude go in. It's just funny how they've reshot some of that stuff. Because the original stuff is they show them go up that ladder, 3 or 4 of them is up there, and they get shot off the roof. They break the window, and then people shoot at them. And one dude fall off, the other two jump off. That's the original footage. Now they show a dude go in there. I don't ever remember that. A dude breaking the window and going in and getting shot going in. Now maybe they didn't show that part. But the part I'm used to seeing is that same dude who they carried out, the bald head dude, that dude got shot trying to break in the window. So now you can call this a Mandela effect of whatever you want it. But the way it was done before, now they'll highlight it, because over the years, I've even noticed those clips are shorter and shorter than them on that roof. They got the shit shot out of them on that roof, on that Waco stuff. I mean, they literally got shot off that level. And watching it, you don't get that. 1 or 2 dudes, no, they got shot off of there. Now they try to do, well, I went inside and I got shot inside. That ain't how I remember it. Now, maybe they cut it, but I remember them dudes, that dude climbed up on that roof, he started busting into that window, and he got shot the shit out. Because it was 3 or 4 of them up there. It was like, he climbed up, and then the other dudes was already up there. And then when he started breaking that window, they started shooting at him. And he did not go inside. He got shot off the roof. And them other dudes jumped off the roof. So they don't show it. They don't really show how the other dudes got killed. They show one dude get killed and the bald head dude get injured. But the original one showed them getting really defeated. Now, when you watch something like this, you can't help but feel for the people inside. If he got automatic machine guns and they ain't fucking with people, what's the crime? Now, all you would have to do is register those guns and show them as machine guns and some kind of educational purposes. It ain't even that big deal now. So why was it even a big deal when guns, you could just go into, in Texas, you could just go into a gun show and buy a gun and leave. That's how it used to be when Koresh was in Texas. You could just go into a gun show, go into a store. But gun shows, you didn't have to do them to show ID. And just, they give you the gun, no background check or nothing. In the 80s, all you had to do is show ID. When I lived in North Carolina, it's the same thing, show ID. Michigan, you had to register everything. You had to register the gun too. North Carolina, when I lived there, you just buy it from people. You didn't have to buy it from it. You could buy it from anybody. Texas was the same way. You could buy guns from anybody. Now, they had an informant in there. Again, the people wasn't tight on their work. They let an informant come in, and he told them they had machine guns. So that was their right to come in. And back then, they was giving you big time for having machine guns. When I was a cop, if a person on the street got caught with a machine gun in their house, you forfeited your house. That's how tough it used to be in the 80s, 90s. You would forfeit your house. That was a federal charge. But now it ain't like that anymore. I mean, it's pretty common for automatic weapons. So again, during the times, that wasn't unheard of to have all these guns. Now, was he a cult? I'm not yay or nay about that. But I'm saying there were people that should have been left alone. And up to that point, now, was he doing things to the people? That could have been. Could have been. But a lot of them people that's talking now, they was there. And like one of the ladies she's like, we wanted to be there. So it doesn't look like the government was right in that instance. And then they're trying to bring up all these other things to make the government look right of what they did to kill all those people. Openly, on film. So how do you love the government after that? I mean, how do you really look at it and say, okay, this is all good. Now there are good things about this country. I love this country. Again, my ties go back to the 1600s, baby, for the people that was already here. So I have every right to be in this country. But the people, the powers that play, have did a big disservice to people. Big disservice. And it's not only the lying about history, it's the propaganda about lying, about putting one group of Europeans above everybody else. And then fooling the lower group of Europeans into thinking they're all one. That's what we went through. And that's the hate. And they said it best, the hate that hate created, the hate that hate produced. And it makes us think that, you know, the common people are the enemy. I mean, look at the government. They're all fenced in up there, which is really good because the government should be afraid of the people. That is a fact. The government should be afraid of the people. And we should never accept it when Biden said we don't have F-16s and we don't have nuclear bombs, because really we do. Really we do. Because the government is made up, the army is made up of the people. Common people that haven't got rich like a lot of these politicians have gotten rich 30, 40 years in. We have a politician that's clearly doing illegal stock trading. Nothing done. Nothing done. Clearly, stock trading, that's illegal. You got all these politicians that weren't rich. Biden was one of the least rich people. That's why he had to sacrifice so much to become a senator. Don't forget what he sacrificed. Sacrificed a wife and a daughter. For him to have the wealth he has now, that's what it took for him to have the wealth. And it wasn't enough. Then he had to sacrifice a son too. Because see, all this bread just don't come without some sacrifices. And since they saw how eager he was and how eager he was to sacrifice, they had no problem. They had no problem with putting him in because they knew by the time they put him in, he was just a puppet. And that's what we see. I mean, he appears to be worse than after they shot Reagan, because Reagan was done after they shot him. There's plenty of research you can find that after they shot Reagan, he was nothing. And that was like, he was only in his first, second year when he got shot. They say his dementia and Alzheimer's started then after he got shot. It sped it up. And that what really saved him was his acting skills. Because they said off camera, this guy wasn't there. And you can read Bill Casey, some of his writings and others. But that's a good start. Look up Casey's book. Because Casey didn't like that motherfucker. He talked shit about him. I think that's where I got that out of, was Casey's book. I think he was a CI director at the time. But look at other writings around it. Motherfuckers that ain't kissing his ass. Look at objective writings on Reagan, and you'll find that he wasn't effective after they shot him. He had all them other dudes, kind of like what we saw with Bush. But see, Bush's was different, though. This is what people don't understand. Daddy Bush was a mug. See, Daddy Bush, when the new rich people took over, was when the Daddy Bush started working for Nixon. See, they did Daddy Bush, they did the first Bush dirty because they made him CIA director under Nixon. And in a way, he kind of got tied into all that. And luckily, Reagan brought him back. But never forget about what Daddy Bush said about Reagan and the economics we do now of they called voodoo economics. That's what he told Reagan on the debate. The trickle-down effect. He said, what you're talking about is voodoo economics. And you can find that clip on their first presidential debate when Reagan and Bush was running against each other in the primaries. That's what he called it in the debate, voodoo economics. But see, he got up under Nixon, survived Nixon, because that's really, I think Nixon tried to take him down. because a lot of them dudes was politically with Nixon. They didn't have careers afterwards, and Bush was one of them. So I think Bush felt a little betrayed because he didn't realize how dirty this mug was. But again, CIA, you full of dirty tricks, so I can't say he was naive, right? So then Reagan goes down. Who do you think was kind of running shit? Yeah, Daddy Bush, the Nazi. Oh, let me tell you what was at the Mall of America. I'm going to change the subject. You know, they still sell Nazi clothes. You know, Boss is Nazi clothes. Y'all know that, don't you? Hugo Boss made clothes for Hitler. And they still make clothes. They're called Boss. Those and Russell. Russell is their sporting brand. I noticed they starting to have Russell at Walgreens. I like it because that's one of my family names. But this is still the Nazi money. So you can say, okay, they made like Porsche ain't no Nazis anymore. Volkswagen ain't Nazis anymore. Look at that VW symbolism. What do you see? You think that Nazism ain't around? And we've had since Daddy Bush? We had Daddy Bush. We've had W, double, dub, double, and we had Obama. Those is 3 Nazi presidents that had Nazi ties because Obama was tied into the Bushes. Now, I don't care. You can say, well, no, Obama got Bush money behind him the way he came out of nowhere and beat Bobby Rush. Now, come on. Bobby Rush had been living in Chicago forever, and you believe this man that just moved there for a few years, knew everybody just loved him, and he could just be a senator? I mean, the rise was too quick. That's why Bobby Rush is now in the Congress. He lost his Senate seat to Obama. Yeah, I remember that. He was a junior senator when he ran for president. You know what that means? Like when Eddie Murphy made that movie, he was a junior senator. Now I remember maybe Eddie Murphy wasn't in but I better go to bed because I don't know what time. I think noon or so. We gotta be at this place. So I better get some lay down. But just remember, we don't want to sit down. We want to get out. Everything we do is cool. Long as you make me move. Get up and move around so we can get on down. We don't want to get out. We want to sit down. Well, this has been the Marathon Show. I will see you tomorrow morning at midnight, Monday morning. This has been the Chocolate Mountain Show. I am your ever funky host, Big Pontiac.